So the Justins can start with inspiration for Jinx and Davros. And then when you guys get the next chance, we can potentially get Gale into the inspiration. We are going to be picking up, effectively entering the end of the year here in Ptolus. Um, Before we jump into real time, I'm curious if anybody has any thoughts on what would have happened with, I think it's just Terry Chin who's infected. Bill died. Ooh. I think really with bringing Bill back, Terry Chin and Bill, what do you guys see as having happened when they experience their first full moon and you guys would find out that they are effectively cursed with lycanthropy? What do you guys see as being the occurrence that happened? How do you guys treat with it? Do they embrace it? What would you guys like to tell for that story?
I don't know how anybody else feels in particular, and I'm open to whatever anybody else thinks. But assuming I would have probably at least tried, or I would have at least tried a lesser restoration on anyone that was like bit, to see if that stops it potentially ahead of time.
Does that sound viable to Gail, Davros, or rather Justin and Chris?
Yeah, I mean that seems fine to me.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Terry Chin would be the one more likely to embrace the lycanthropy, just because he just likes hitting stuff, and um, lycanthropy might let him hit harder. But
Oh,
I
I
mean,
mean, I'm
if
all for it. If we want to potentially keep one or both of them with lycanthropy, I have no issue with that.
I just feel like Terry's a little crazy anyway. So
yeah, to be honest, I feel like Bill, being Lizard Man and like Ranger Tracker thing, he's probably like in tune with nature and won't see it like a too terrible of a curse.
Okay, so maybe nix that, and we just let them both rock out the lycanthropy, and then if it becomes an issue, we could potentially try to cure it?
I mean, I guess yeah. So I'll defer to you, Chris, on the lizard on Bill. But I feel like lizard folk are typically like more kind of coldly logical. I feel like maybe that would be not um, like I'm not sure they'd want to lose the control that presumably might come with lycanthropy, but I'm good with with either way.
Yeah, that's a point. I didn't think about that, to be honest. Yeah, probably thinking like that. And that probably fits better actually. Like the loss of control would hamper it, so that would be a negative point. So yeah, Bill probably would try to get cured if he knew he had lycanthropy. Then
Okay, so yeah, I'll try to do the lesser restoration on Bill, but, we'll let Terry see how things go.
So if that sounds what we are doing, roll a medicine check, Jinx.
So it'd be a 9 total.
Alrighty. Let me have. I think it probably works out to have Justin Davros roll just a d20 for Terry Chin's wisdom save. And then Chris Gale, can you roll a d20 for Bill's wisdom save?
See, that would be what's it have? Is it a +6 or a +7? I always forget.
I think with Bill, I think he'd have the +7 at this point. Actually, he might be a +8 at this point because we leveled you guys up to level 8, right? So they're at max level, so they should be at +2 what their stat sheet say. And I don't think Terry Chin has proficiency in this, so Terry Chin's is more or less just the straight roll.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't think wisdom is one of his. Yeah.
yeah, yes, it's a wisdom save, right? He has saves on strength and dexterity for Bill. His primary ability
Okay,
is
okay.
dexterity
So
wisdom.
yeah, then it's just straight for him. You said his primary ability is wisdom, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, that probably is still a +5. I think is pretty legitimate to say. What did you actually roll?
I rolled a 7, so that's 12 then.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I would say, when you go to basically treat him on the full moon, which we're effectively kind of like our modern calendar. It was November 27th. I don't really care to use Ptolus's calendar, but I could easily post it for you guys. But it's just extra levels of confusing, and it's much easier just to treat with hours. And it makes it simple to calculate those things like the full moons, because it is still a 30-day like cycle of their full moons, or a 28-day cycle of their full moons. So as far as things go, we're kind of going with that. Basically, when this full moon starts to approach, you guys are weary enough understanding that both Terry and Bill received these wounds to basically be watching them. In the process of things, Terry would have basically kind of denied and tried to sort of embrace the actual change to see what it is. Bill would have accepted the offer of Jinx and allowed you to try. It just doesn't actually take. You find both of them still basically turning into these wolves, or rather into like this hybrid wolf form. Bill retains far more control. So you have him kind of in this hairy lizard wolf hybrid form, but otherwise essentially cognizant traditional Bill. He just has the effects of being a werewolf, which at that point basically is just giving him, I think, resistance. Might actually be immunity to non-magical, like non-silver damage. So as far as things go, like that's kind of the big thing that changes there. Terry, on the other hand, like immediately kind of like loses it as the sun setting and the moon rises, and he turns into this wolf goblin form. Terry immediately is just a wild creature and basically running loose. Do you guys allow him to kind of break free? Do you guys go to try to restrain him and effectively just keep him from doing any harm while he turns into this wolf form?
Yeah, I think considering like he's already a little suspect because he's a goblin, I think we would try to like either magically or like physically restrain him so he doesn't get captured, imprisoned, killed.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
would
And
agree.
on some level also, you guys have earned enough respect. Like Terry at least is a known enough goblin. But like as far as things go, like the Twin Star Marauders are around Ptolus, it would be understood that you guys have goblins who are effectively melded into society. So that's not really necessarily a thing for him anymore. But making sure to keep him to not taint that certainly can be a valid concern. So yeah, you guys just do like a contested D20 with advantage. Let me just have Jinx and Gale roll a D20 there. And then Davros, can you roll a D20 for Terry?
Do you like want me and Gail to each roll one or each roll with advantage?
Yeah, my bad. I just wanted the two of you to create the advantage. We're just going to take the top of you two.
And what mod are we putting on this, or is it just straight roll?
Essentially just straight roll. It's just to see, can two of you beat what Terry would roll like solo.
Okay, I got 19, so hopefully we beat him.
Gotcha. I think I just saw a 12 from Terry effectively. So yeah.
Yep.
So when Terry turns, you guys are effectively able to restrain him, prevent anything uncouth or unexpected from happening. You treat him for what it is. You don't have to go against his wishes and cure him, but effectively during that first turn where like the werewolves on this level have to either learn to control themselves during the full moons or cure it, but it's only during the full moons that they risk like losing control. The rest of the time, this month leading up until the next full moon, Terry and Bill still have all of the positives of being werewolves until you guys cure the lycanthropy. So Bill has already defeated it. He controls himself during full moons. Uh, I might make it something where next time he has advantage and he's got to beat the 3 full moons to have it permanent. I think that actually sounds best to me. That Bill has to get through 3 full moons kind of thing, 3 successes, just like with other like skill challenges. And the same idea for Terry. I think that would be kind of the best way to sort of do this. And on that level, Terry with a failure, if he fails 3, you guys would basically know you have to cure his lycanthropy or he's permanently just going to become like a wild wolf creature, like a wild wolf goblin. So that's kind of where I think we'll kind of go with this, is basically having Bill with 1 success, Terry with 1 failure, and in the future you guys can continue to then decide, do we try to cure him? Do we, you know, but now you guys know. You guys knew to expect and to be ready for it, but now you know. So like if you wanted to cure it, it's not going to take a roll so much as you can do enough of the lesser restoration to be effective. It was just basically waiting to even see if it was necessary at first. So we'll kind of continue forward with that idea on like where they go from that step. Does that sound good for you guys as far as like them getting bit by werewolf?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, that sounds good to me as well.
One of the other things that I wanted to discuss just as far as bookkeeping goes and see how everybody feels about it is I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts about it. Just kind of dawned on me that in my opinion, it increases player death to have critical rolls how we've been doing them, where it does max damage plus the die roll instead of just having it double the dice or rolling double the dice. I feel like doing the max damage, it's great for you guys. I think having Jinx mitigate things with the I can't think what that spell is called. But that little counter spell that gives like makes me re-roll and then gives you guys like an advantage roll. You know,
Silvery
silvery
Barb?
barbs. Yeah, silvery barbs mitigates it a little bit, but it dawned on me the other day like that critical roll, the critical rule has definitely seems increased the possibility of player death. Everybody feeling pretty good about how we're rolling criticals these days? Do we have any interest in like switching up how criticals are doing, or is that still like everybody's feeling that?
Yeah, I like the current approach. I mean, it makes the like something like the Vi assassins actually like they're a like existential threat. Like it, but it makes sense, right? I mean, they're powerful assassins, so they should be able to kill somebody. You know, uh, potentially in one hit. Um, so yeah, I'm good with the current approach. And also, I mean, we do still have like even if somebody dies, there are still potentially ways to bring them back. So it's not, um, but I mean, if we kind of went back to the old way of criticals, I think it would be much more difficult to actually kill characters. And I'm all for a good having at least a chance of character death.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the way we've been doing it, but that being said, I literally don't have anything that does damage to where I would potentially crit something. So I'm kind of irrelevant because technically I should be voting against it, but I like it.
I mean, I like it as well. I mean, it adds a bit of tension. It's fun.
Yeah, because like the biggest bummer is when you like roll a crit and then you roll like horrible on your damage and it's like worse than a regular attack. So I like the big swings.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, as long as everybody enjoys it, I do feel like that was like the best kind of twist on how criticals should feel. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys were also. It just randomly dawned on me one day. I was just like, huh, have we been getting more player deaths since we switched to that?
Yeah, I think the biggest impact it has is with the sidekicks because it can essentially make like an auto kill, right, with no chance to save, just given how their hit dice work, and um, as we get up with higher levels and face creatures that might deal that much damage, particularly with like again the ones with like the special abilities and stuff, or like certain spells are going to be. But it's also like maybe not everybody should be able to walk away from like a fireball to the face, so.
Yeah, part of their viability is definitely in the creatures that do like many small damage dice, just because they basically lose a wound per damage die. So it is one of those things where they suffer more for the actual damage dice rather than what size the die is. And then they certainly are going to uh die more as we get higher because they no longer will level. They have effectively hit their maximum level, and that's their design. In the long run, if we decide we wanted to make more complicated characters, I'm sure we can. But in the long run, that's for us to kind of decide as we go through. Because again, most of what they were created to do was just make a simple character sheet that obviously, they're under like 100 words kind of thing. They're very simple. This is somebody to play with, but not to have two character sheets for.
Yeah, I mean, I could see something like, if it would be an auto kill, like you give them, right, so the first uh, con save is to, withstand it, and then if they fail that, maybe you give them one more to like prevent an auto kill, so like they still go unconscious, but maybe they're not dead. But again, not something that needs to be Um,
Right, like a second contest to put them in death saves instead of going to auto death.
yeah, yeah,
That's a
because
cool
like
idea. Definitely feel like that's probably something that we could easily do. Just have to remember the next time we encounter it.
yeah, because obviously we want to be going to like do a con save for every hit die because that would get ridiculous. But giving them like maybe one more chance, still still high DC and everything, but at least the chance of potentially, and they can still die if they fail their death saves. They can't get healing or anything. But yeah, I figure that might be a relatively simple way to, yeah.
Alrighty then. So, doing as far as like recap goes, where we were last week, is we basically picked up with us. I guess actually, before I do that, like nobody else has any other special rules that they want to talk about. Like we're kind of good on the special rules. Otherwise, you guys can always bring up if you want to discuss them.
No special rules, but random question. Obviously, it's gonna be difficult to keep track of time, at least for me. Uh, am I still waiting on the wizards to hit me up about the commission boomerang?
Oh, to be honest with you, I actually forgot about the boomerang. This was something you paid for separate, right? This wasn't the original piece that they created, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you remember what week we did that?
It was the same week where I failed my shooting test, so I think it was like in game terms 2 weeks ago, maybe 3.
Was that when Justin was gone? When Kale Rescent died in the underground tunnel attack?
Yeah, I think it was before that, or it might have been that session. Man, I can't remember
When
honestly.
we
I
were at
was
the
thinking it was.
Shard?
Yeah, I can't really remember. It's not even that big of a deal. Just something to keep in mind for like maybe next week or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. The Shard Day was when we had you at 2 successes towards your firearm proficiency. So it was after that. So it was during that downtime though.
Yeah, it
So
was
a
during the
month's
downtime. Yep.
gone by. Roll a D100. Roll under an 85.
59.
Was there anything else up in the air about the boomerang? What was it? This is a returning boomerang, right?
Yeah, it was just I think so it was magic damage instead of regular damage, and even if it missed, or wait, even if it hit, it would still return to me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would say they finished the boomerang. I think you already paid for it. I think you paid like 500 for it. 500 gold. They finished the boomerang. I think you'll find that instead of being like a wooden material, you like have this like vastly kind of like silvered boomerang kind of return to you, and you can see it has like two almost like hilts kind of like wrapped up into it. So part of the actual like angled section is bare metal, and part of like the tips are bare metal, but it almost has like two more holdable kind of points like in the straight part of the boomerang, but still has plenty of it is uncovered. But like, there's basically sections where you can actually hold it without touching like a bladed sort of section of this thing. But it's relatively sharp. It's not cut to an edge where you could use it as a knife, but it is narrowed down to a point where when it hits, the blunt force is directed into a point. It has very little gold visually present, but you can see that there's like gold sort of inlaid and almost like marbled into this silvery metal that it is created from. When, let's see, I think when you receive it from the dreaming apothecary in your dream, you would sort of get a description of the fact that this is basically made out of electrum and can again be used as like a spell focus for you as well. So it's still that same sort of idea. When you're holding the boomerang, you can center your spells through it. And again, this is effectively a spell focus, as well as roll another D100 and get under a 40 here. Or no, get under a 33. All right, still fails. So it's basically just a magical weapon. There's not like an actual +1 to it as far as those things go, but it is effectively a spell focus. It is a returning boomerang. It's created from electrum, and then it has gold sort of inlaid through it a little bit more. But electrum is basically silver and gold. And the silver obviously is something that is effective against the werewolves as well. But it kind of has those qualities. As far as what you're dreaming about when you receive it, I would say you're probably going to be kind of thrown into a sort of weird experience of like having these barbarians sort of like standing around you, almost towering over you. You have like this set of barbarians like on one kind of section almost looking down at your bed. You have this set of demons who are kind of doing the same thing, staring at you from another angle of the bed. And then you have this large golden lion that stands over you from another portion of this bed. And while these three creatures or groups of creatures sort of like watch onto you, you just kind of have this foreboding sense kind of building before all of a sudden you hear like the kind of like scratching voice of the old man dreaming apothecary like, oh, well, welcome. I'm not sure where we are at present, but it would appear that all is well and you are ready to receive this creation. And he kind of like just kind of picks it up with two fingers. Because as far as these wizards go, this is a very weird request that you've sort of put in for a boomerang, and let alone like to be able to do what it does. But he kind of will pass it off to you, describing the qualities of the electrum. But yeah, you can basically add for yourself a returning boomerang. Alrighty. So yeah, as far as the actual like wrap or recap goes, you guys effectively were picking up with the ambush last week inside of the necropolis, where you were sort of pulled through the earth and underground of the necropolis, a sort of kind of mold earth kind of spell, basically bringing you guys underneath the ground, but not caving it in the same ways as before. And it kind of gives you a little bit more of the perspective of the undead in the necropolis when they like destroy sections and whatnot. They're also rebuilding things. The whole place should be kind of recognized almost as like their own chapel of death. And it's theirs to control. And they do that both above and below the ground. You would have experienced that there are like tunnels underneath there and sort of pockets where they kind of have these creatures like they were coming out of the wall as you guys were brought in, but it kind of was meant to give that sort of idea that part of the dangers of the necropolis are not just what is above, but their full kind of control of what is below. And part of that alludes to the dangers that the sewer system is one of the things below the city that kind of creates a bit of a highway. And these creatures have control over the earth beneath the necropolis. That the wall, the siege of the necropolis from the guards of Ptolus may not be everything that it might seem to be to the outside. You guys were brought down in, you fought your way to safety, and you had to dig yourselves out. You would have then met a young elf or an old elf. She would have appeared young as far as human years go. Henin, who is the apprentice of Andak, and on some level, she is the person who will one day kind of take over guard of this island to I don't have the name of the god written down here, but the name of the island is basically dedication to that god. Minor point, but you met Andak again, and he was far more lucid. You met Henin, and then we pretty much, after all of that kind of roleplay, went into the resurrection of Dalton, Calrescent, Karina, and Bill. You guys were able to resurrect all of them with just a small percentage of what you required of the Gravesbane. A lot of the Gravesbane would have been extra, and much of that would have actually gone to the Knights of the Pale, who basically would have used that for other purposes before it went bad. As again, the Gravesbane has a very limited lifespan once it is plucked from the earth and from the graves of the dead. And that's pretty much where we left off. So we're more or less ready to kind of pick back up with everything. Takes us back into dealing with Terry Chin and Bill and their lycanthropy. Is there anything about that sort of death and resurrection session that is important that I might have skipped over? Or are we ready to jump into and kind of continue forward here? Silence sounds like an excellent time to move forward. And we'll kind of pick up with you guys in the city, going back to Midtown and to Delver Square, having received a message from Nefrindel that she's kind of coming back to her position at the magic shop, and we'll have you guys in Delver Square at what is it, Danbury's. Can I have everybody roll a d8?
I got a 1.
2 for Jinx.
And a 3 for Davros. Oh, I
All
guess
right.
I did think of one question. So Davros had basically been given the world carver. Um, I think we understand like he would, to try and like bring the stuff back for Dalton. So now that we've rescued Dalton, Kelreston, and the others, guess he probably would have offered to return it if they didn't ask for it. Like,
Roll a D100. Do the same thing. Get under a 33. No, get under a
uh, not
60.
gonna be not gonna be under anything. That's a 94.
Yeah, so when you return to Brother Fabio Thisk is in, I can't think of his chapel, but when you return to Thisk at Gustav's chapel, he will take World Carver back from you. And I'll put it to this: when he kind of like receives it back from you, he's if the night of dissolution is truly to happening, when evil rises, perhaps then we'll see once again that World Carver is yours to wield. It's must not simply be used for the mundane, but when all is at risk, return, and I'm sure we will find the call is answered once again. And he'll basically give you a little like blessing, basically as like Lothian's champion, as you basically return the sword, and will go without. But when it's time, Davros is welcome to come back and take the sword. But it's basically one of those things where Davros has to just decide, like, when is the time for you to call on that blade?
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I put it in I moved it to the home inventory, but I'll add a note basically saying like he does not have it right now, but he could.
Yeah, that sounds great. Alrighty then. So yeah, as you guys are approaching Danbury's, let's see, what do we got on the second map? What are you guys bringing for sidekicks when you go to Nephron?
So Davros is going after returning that. He's going back to carrying around Sulamore, one of the twin great swords. So I forget who had the other one, but if they come with us, then they would just have to probably not bring it.
I feel like it's got to be Bob who has the other one then.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
that sounds right. Oh, wait, what was that?
Yeah, sorry, I just said I think so.
Yeah, no, I'll bring Terrence as my sidekick if nobody else wants him.
Terrence Terrychin?
Oh yeah, Terrence, Terry Chan, Terry.
Yeah, I'll stick with Bob, Bill, not Bob, Bill.
That's a big Terry.
And for Davros, let's go with Seamus.
That's one square. I need to just adjust the size of this map. All right, so I got Terry there, Davros, Gale, Jink. Ooh, man, it's been a long time since we've had a Seamus token. I wonder if I named one. You got a Seamus. And then, Chris, you said you're going to do Bill again.
Yeah, that's right. Gonna keep on with Bill.
I don't know if I have one named Bill. Alrighty. So yeah, while you guys are heading towards Danbury's, kind of on your way to that little entryway there, you're all heading up. You hear commotion behind coming from the stairs into the like under the city and into what is kind of the Delvers like merchant area that sort of exists in the initial section, like right under these stairs. I can't think who the statue is in the center of Delver Square. It's of minor importance here, but you guys basically hear coming from those stairs a commotion, loud like bashing and banging, kind of like the cracks of stone work. What's your initial thoughts as you hear kind of horrendous things happening just beneath the city underneath Delver Square?
Does this sort of like remind us of the barbarians when they busted through type situation again?
Roll an insight.
Nope, not at all. 2.
Yep. Not quite. Something's different.
Whatever's breaking out, my experience is nothing good. I think Davros is going to run towards the stairs leading down. He's going to like call for like let's get some light.
I think with that, Gale would like. Does Davros have any like a necklace or like anything that, like he could cast light on?
He's got the great sword strapped to his back. He also has some like javelins and like a probably like a leather carrying case. Studded leather armor. Probably not wearing like a necklace. But like his belt. He's wearing a belt. You could do that, something like that.
Yeah, he'd light up your belt.
Yeah, I definitely always imagine Davros as like a utility belt kind of guy, like as far as being a blacksmith goes.
Yeah, I mean he's probably got like pouches and stuff sewn into his studded leather that he still carries around some of his like his most prized tools. Not that he uses them too much anymore, but
All right, so we're dashing and making way for that entrance, casting a bit of light onto the belt of Davros. Did you say anything from Jinx what his thought was?
I think on a 2, he's like thinking maybe that was just his stomach rumbling and they're like overreacting.
Gotcha. So they're reacting while you're still kind of like in another level kind of thing here. Let me have a perception check here from Davros.
That would be a 12.
Gotcha. So there's not going to be any level of a surprise here. You're basically kind of like turning and making your way for these stairs as you basically have like your belt like kind of lighting up. You're still like early in the day. Sun would be coming from the east. So it's kind of counter the stairs. Yeah, so it would generally be like staring into darkness, and the belt kind of being lit up kind of cuts into that. But as this like belt's light sort of adds to the or cuts through the darkness below you, you see from beneath, like where these sounds are kind of drawing your attention, you see like the first signs of a large head with like just bulbous proportions, almost the size of your actual body, sort of dropping down from the ceiling's level and starting to peek out from underneath the ceiling and into this stairwell. And after the head follows like a hand kind of placing down onto the ground, and you see is basically a creature kind of like pushes out into the stairwell, the spine of its back kind of crushing up into the ceiling, and you hear more sounds of like this stonework just being stressed as this ancient masonry is put against the size of what would appear to be a giant that is probably like 4 to 5 times the size of a human. And I'd like you guys to roll initiative.
I got a 9 for Gale.
That would be a 19 for Davros.
Yeah, and I'm 19 as well.
Don't know what I do with my dry erases. One moment. So we got Davros and Jinx at 19. And then you said 9 for Gale?
That is correct.
All right, Davros, you are pretty much about like a 20-foot staircase away from where this thing has like its hand planted on the ground. What would you like to do? And I say that mostly like specifically to you because I just heard my brother moving. So I think he stepped away from his computer.
Sure. Yeah. So I think Davros, seeing this kind of creature emerge, is going to he's going to shout back, kind of back towards just probably not to anyone specifically, but I guess more towards Jinx. Um, it's like I thought, nothing good. And he's going to just like shout generally, like, clear the square. Um, try to like warn any innocent passersby. And I think he is going to, as he sees this kind of hand come down, he's going to hold his position at the top of the stairs, but draw one of his javelins and launch it kind of towards the arm of this giant creature.
Excellent. Go for that.
And I might as well go ahead and use my inspiration to give myself advantage. Be a 17 to hit. No, 16 to hit. Sorry. Oh no. Why is it plus 8? No, javelin should be plus 7. So yeah, 16.
Why do you say +7? Oh, because it's not your magical weapon.
Yeah. So it would just be plus my dex and my proficiency, so plus 7.
Gotcha. So you see as this javelin like like hits squarely into this creature's flesh and just rebounds until it scatters to the ground here. Effectively, this creature's AC is 17. You just missed. And it was purely just the strength of this creature's flesh was enough to rebound that attack.
Gotcha. I think he's going to. I think he can throw two, right, with his extra attack. He can,
You can indeed, yes.
yeah. So he's only got three. So, but he'll pull out his second one and try again quickly, kind of almost before he even sees the first one miss.
If there's a reason for you to only carry 3, that's perfectly fine. But in the long run, like mundane weapons is one of the things that you can effectively have infinite access to from the Twin Star Marauders. So it's purely what you think you would be carrying here.
Yeah, I guess maybe like five would make more, or half a dozen would probably make more
Yeah,
sense.
I feel like in pairs of 2 makes more sense than an odd number.
Yeah. But that one is going to probably just like that will definitely miss as well.
Yeah, so the second one, you just go for another throw and you try to put just that little bit more force to it. And it's like thrown into the actual ceiling of the stairwell as you just lost a little bit of accuracy trying to put that extra strength into it. And you just deflect off of the actual stonework. And it basically like bounces across this thing's head before it just rolls down off of its ear and just like slumps down to the ground with a little bit of a ting.
Yep. So he is otherwise going to, yeah, basically hold his ground at the top of the stairs and kind of trying to keep the high ground a little bit, and that is it for him.
Excellent. What would Jinx like to do is you called out like that you saw something, right? I feel like you said something.
He didn't specify. He just said, like I thought, nothing good. To Jinx.
Gotcha. I knew there was something along that level. So he basically calls out that there's nothing good. You see as Davros hurls 2 javelins down into the stairwell. What is Jinx doing from that point?
I think I will go ahead and just call out to, like, I'm assuming the square is like pretty well populated with people at this point. Everyone, get to safety. Call the gods. The city's under attack from below. And then I will do a. So where I'm at, kind of, can I see any of the adversaries yet, or not quite?
I mean, that's more or less just where I randomly dropped you. So I would say from there, no, not really.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I will just kind of run up forward, and then I will just hold a vicious mockery for the first perceived adversary I see.
I think from about that area where you're like 10, 15 feet from the actual stair entrance, like the top stair, you could probably see the giant's head in the stairwell.
Okay, yeah,
Jinx
I'll hit him
isn't
with vicious
especially
mockery
short,
then.
is he?
No, no,
Yeah.
he's like probably like 5'9", something like that. It's wisdom 15. You better turn around and go back
That
where you
will
came
fail.
from. Ain't nothing good up here. So 4 if he took it. And then for bonus action, I will hit Davros with a bardic inspiration.
Yeah, what is your dexterity?
It is 15 with a +2.
Roll a d20 for me. Beat a 10. All
I
right.
got a
What would
19.
Gale like to do?
Yeah, seeing everything else going on, he's gonna run up to the others. like having seen Jinx attack something, he's gonna, if he can see the head from there, gonna sling a firebolt at it. Wow.
Excellent. What was the wow for?
Uh, rolled a 5. That is
Yeah, so as you like move up to actually get a sight on this thing and see that Davros isn't throwing javelins at like somebody your size. There is a head of a creature that is taking up pretty much this entire stairwell. And the stairwell of this thing, of this place, this is like a 20-foot wide sort of entrance like into the undersquare here. So you're finding yourself a little bit shocked by the likely danger of this creature that's actually below you here. Anything else from Gale?
no, not at the moment. That's it.
Gotcha. So let's go ahead and have you guys do all of your sidekicks here. If you want to do the same order, we can basically stick with Davros, Jinx, Gale. So then do, Seamus, Terry, Bill.
Yeah, so I think Seamus is going to. He'll move up besides Davros. Take a look. And I think he's going to just hold an attack if the thing proceeds up the staircase.
Gotcha. So once it's in range, you're going to attack it because it is effectively moving towards you.
Yeah, once it gets within reach. Yeah. Oh, so you want me to go ahead and roll the attack now?
Yeah, there's not necessarily a reason. It's fine for right now. How about from Terry?
Terry's going in hot. He's just gonna yell charge and run down and attack. Double attack it. Ooh, first one's pretty bad.
Here, let me ask you first. I kind of wanted to interrupt that. Uh, does Terry charge? Like, does he want to run along the flat part and leap down on top of this thing?
Yeah, I think he would like let's see, he's pretty small. So yeah, he'll like try to jump down and yeah, I'll go for that.
If you want to do an acrobatics, I don't think he has acrobatics, but it would just be a dexterity check to see that he actually like clings to it. If he succeeds, he'll gain advantage. But with that, I think he's going to fall beside it. Just do a con save for me here. Just don't roll a 1. Gotcha.
Yeah,
So
he's
yeah,
good on
Terry
that.
basically leaps on it from above. You're gonna fail to gain advantage as he basically falls from it. The first attack will be that too. He doesn't gain the advantage from it, but he still has his second attack if you would like here.
Second one's like a 19, I think.
Gotcha. Yeah, that'll hit.
So 10 damage.
Why can't I pick up Terry? What the fuck is that? How much damage, my bad?
Looks like about like 10-ish. Trying to find this thing.
And then how about from Bill?
9 damage, 9 damage.
Sticking to 10 because I already wrote it down.
Let's see. Bill will. Can he see it from where he stands there? Otherwise, he just moves so he can see it.
Yeah, he's got a good enough sight from there.
Yeah, then he's gonna Hunter's Mark it and shoot an arrow at it.
Excellent.
An arrow or two at least. Let's see. Roll.
That'll hit.
The double ones. Let's see. That's a total of 6 damage.
And for a second shot.
See, that would be 7. Yeah. So a 13 to hit.
13 total is going to miss.
Yeah, then he's just gonna move back, seeing it as it was moving up. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so yeah. Pick it up by clicking beneath the marker. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, I think because this was never really designed to be a combat map, I never actually sized it. So they're like 100-foot squares. I should just make it smaller so there's actual 5-foot squares. And just make it a god awful huge map.
But yeah, that would be it for Bill.
Yeah, this one is not really getting like past Terry. You see as it's like got like one shoulder kind of like out from inside. Terry like leaps down on top of it, and just with like one of its arms still kind of inside of the area, it's like trying to squeeze itself through as it just tries to punch at Terry, effectively trying to like crush him between his hand and the wall of this place. It's gonna swing at Terry. First one is at disadvantage. And it just like slams into the rocks beside Terry. You guys all feel like kind of like the shudder of this like staircase. And then the second one's just going to be a straight attack into Terry. And I think that's going to hit him. Terry's AC is
Uh,
16,
18 on Terry, heavy armor.
18. All right, it'll still hit him there as it swings into him. And it's going to do. Oh, wait, just roll a saving throw for me. He's got a +7 right now. I think you're gonna need a 12.
So
All
he's
right,
good,
yeah.
19.
So Terry is slammed up against this wall as this fist comes in contact with him, and you guys like hear as like his armor slams into the wall. Just this loud concussion, like is basically like ringing from the metal into the stone, and you guys hear like the stone is giving way. There's like the groan of the metal, but as he kind of like pulls the fist away, you would expect like Terry to almost be squished by this thing, and he's like pulled away, and Terry's just like almost like a turtle in his shell, kind of like still inside of this steel armor, as it pulls its arm away from him. And then I think it's gonna force its way out. And we're just gonna go for it. Just kind of like moves up the staircase as it's squeezing out. I think Davros and Seamus right now are holding its actions. You guys can swing on it.
Just Seamus. He will miss, or probably just not fail to penetrate through the giant's skin.
Yeah, just seeing as this thing like rises up, you're just like swinging through the air as the dragon just kind of like towers over Seamus. I think he's supposed to be a halfling, so where he's probably like 4 feet tall, this thing just starts to stand up, and it's just like a lanky body where any given like long bone in its body is taller than Seamus. And as it kind of like towers up, you see this giant head is huge in itself, but it probably is about like a third of the size of the body. This thing is definitely kind of like a big head mode. And then there's going to be another one that forces its way out. So that one is like big, gray, like bulbous kind of flesh. This next one almost has kind of like a bluish kind of tint to it. You see kind of like fangs and a little bit more like animalistic qualities. It still is vaguely humanoid for a lot of senses, but this one definitely has like a little bit more kind of like animalistic sort of qualities as it, or maybe even demonic sort of qualities as it kind of like forces its way through and out of this hole. And this one too is going to swing on Terry. 'That's gonna miss as it swings at him. And then as its claw, oh wait, it has 2 claw attacks, my bad. It's gonna swing once more for him. This time it's gonna rake his claws across it. Roll, I think, a 7 for a con save on Terry.
14. He's good.
Yeah, so you like hear the ring of like its claws kind of across the steel, and as it like basically like claws into him, it tries to like drag him towards it to try to bite down into his unarmored head. And let's see, that's gonna be, I think, don't roll a 2 or lower, like a 1 or a 2 is a fail versus the bite. Excellent. So it just like bites down, and it like bites down into the actual like cowl of the, no, cowl's a hood, like into the neck of the armor. And you again hear is like the steel groans, but this thing doesn't quite bite through it. Um Let me have everybody make a perception check here.
18 for Davros.
17
Thir-
for Gale.
and 13 for Jinx.
All right, the first of these creatures is indeed a giant. The second of these creatures is indeed a troll of sorts. But otherwise, we'll go back into Devros. What would you like to do?
So Davros is going to kind of let out a curse. Shit, there's 2 of them, at least 2. And he is going to kind of drawing out his great sword, is going to take 2 slashes at the giant, making its way past Terry. All right, first one should hit for 9 damage. And then, is this a lawful creature?
I see no reason for it to be lawful now.
Okay, so just the 9 damage on that first attack. And then second swing. That one should hit as well for 12 damage.
Excellent.
And I think he is going to. This thing could probably walk right over him. So he's going to see Terry rush down the stairs. Is going to move. He doesn't want Terry getting trapped down here, especially you can see probably like potentially there's going to be like a cave in almost to this entrance with these things pushing their way through. So he's just going to move to be closer to Terry if he needs to try and drag him out.
Gibbons definitely like has potential. This choke point is far more detrimental to them than it would be to like Terry. Terry effectively can move, like he's small enough that he can move like between these creatures. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Even you basically, because they're huge and large, even you effectively can move like through and between them.
Gotcha. But I think he's going to move kind of beside Terry, taking up like a defensive stance with his blade as after he kind of strikes twice into this giant. And that is his turn.
Excellent. What would you like to do with Seamus?
So I think Seamus is going to. And my bad, I picked Guild Add Up mostly because of the name. I didn't look at his special abilities because I think we'd used him more as a cut purse or a tracker. So I might just go back and use cut purse. I don't know. The Guild Add Up stuff seems a little overpowered for a sidekick.
I never even looked at it.
It lets him cast like Blur 3 times a day on himself and somebody else. And that's his third level
Go
ability.
for it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Wait, third level? That does sound pretty good.
Yeah, and then it lasts for up to a minute. So I think I might just make him a cut purse.
Just do it. Just use it. If we've gotta like nerf it, we can nerf it.
All right. Yeah. All right. So he'll go ahead and he will use his special action to.
See, on a plus side, it's also blur is only on him and you. It's not on somebody else. It's just on its leader. Not that that's necessarily like a big nerf, but
Right. Yeah. So he'll probably like kind of wave his daggers in the air, kind of almost like in a weird kind of pattern. And yeah, he will cast Blur on himself and Davros.
excellent.
And I think that's all because that essentially takes the place of that takes his action. He doesn't. It's like he doesn't do that and make an attack. So that
Yeah,
will
that
be
seems
his.
correct.
Yeah. So that will be his turn. He will. Yeah. He'll just kind of move her a bit side to side, kind of defensively. But yeah, that's it.
What would you like to do, Jinx?
Okay, so can I see them both pretty clearly from here?
Oh yeah, at this point you can definitely see both of them. Like the stone giant is maybe halfway up the stairs. He's still like 10 foot down the stairs, and there's probably 15 feet at least of him standing up. Davros is like almost out of sight, but the actual troll is maybe like the top third of his body is visible, and you're 15, 20 feet back from the stairwell.
So Jinx is just going to like hold out the staff in front of him, and he's going to say, "Y'all look tired from the journey. I don't think you're going to fare too well." And I'm going to hit the two of them with Bane.
Wisdom 15. Yeah, there's no way they're passing that.
And then he's gonna yell down to Terry. Terry, get out of that pit. It ain't safe down there for a little guy like you. And I'm gonna hit him with a bardic inspiration.
Gotcha. And Davros had your other one, right?
Yeah, that's right. And then with that, Terry is going to commanding strike. So he's going to do a signature attack against the giant, and then he's going to yell to Davros, um, "Wait until the time is right, and then strike!" And order you to attack him as well. Melee attack only. So 15 damage for Terry against the giant. And also, is it completely random that a giant and a troll literally popped up after I said that in my story?
Completely random, no. Partially because of the dice and entirely because of you saying that, yes.
Okay, I was like, I might have just manifested this either on purpose or accident.
I rolled
um,
to see if other things happened, but specifically one of the options was entirely because you said that.
no, that's funny. When he does his signature attack, he would normally attack twice. Does it make it only once, or does he still do twice?
I think because of that move, it doesn't include the option for an extra attack.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. All right, so then, yeah, Terry is done then.
And
Um,
Davros,
I think that's something for we can decide whether it feels weaker and make a determination. But I feel like the way it's worded, and he should, it's a fifth level ability, right? It's not his third level.
No, commanding strike is his third level.
Damn. Just roll the extra attack. Let's rule it that it does extra attack until we nerf it and say it doesn't. And then I saw that Davros hits as well, so another whatever from Terry there. And then what did Davros do for damage?
Davros's was 12 total damage.
And then the second attack from Terry is 10 damage.
Gotcha. So yeah, you guys are like smashing into the bigger of these creatures. All of these attacks are, like cutting little like notches into its flesh. But by and large, this thing is just like weathering this storm of attacks, and you're seeing very little like sign that it's taking any wounds at all. But overall, this is like a death by a million paper cuts kind of thing here. It is starting to show signs that it is bloodied. And that should take us then to Gale.
Yeah.
Unless you actually wanted to have Terry move out of there as Jinx instructed, but does Terry stay?
Oh, of course not. Terry would never listen to Jinx.
Excellent.
He, in fact, is the one who barks orders.
Gotcha. So what would you like to do with Gale?
Yeah, let's see. I would. How far away am I from the troll where I am? Can I get to like 30 feet of him from here?
You're right about where you can see the troll. You're probably right about the 30-foot mark or so. What's the goal? What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to take him out of the fight at the moment until we get the yank done. So I'm gonna try to cast Resilient Sphere on him.
Gotcha.
So that's a Dexterity 16 saving throw.
And that puts him into like a force sphere, right?
Yeah, that can't be harmed. Like we can't harm him, and he can't like do any damage out of it unless someone does a disintegrate on the globe. Or I drop concentration.
Yeah, so you will see as that like sphere of force like forms around like the smaller of these giants, and it kind of like boxes itself into this corner. And what would Bill like to do?
Bill will focus on the giant and keep firing arrows at it. Let's see. So that's a 15 to hit.
That's gonna miss.
Oh, that seems better. 17 rolled.
Yep, that'll hit.
It's better than minimum damage at least. That's 7 damage. A 1 and a 2.
Excellent.
And that would be it for Bill.
Alrighty. Let's see. One at the top of the stairs is going to smash down with its like right arm towards Seamus, and then swing its left arm down into Davros. So we're gonna go Seamus.
Okay, and it will have disadvantage because of the blur, but that'll hit.
Yeah, that'll hit on the first one, and then
Are
the
you doing
second
the
one.
Bane, or do you want me to roll those?
Oh, I mean, with that first one, it's gonna hit regardless. The second one, it's gonna fail regardless.
Okay, but like I won't need to roll Banes. You'll do that?
Yeah. I mean, at this point, when the Bane matters, I'll roll it. But like, I've failed Chris's horribly, and those hit so solidly or miss so solidly. It's kind of the thing where like the Bane might take effect, but in the long run, we'll kind of treat with it once we get there.
Yeah, I got you.
So yeah, it's gonna miss Davros there. It's gonna hit Seamus. Does he have a con save? I don't think he can. Yeah, he's not gonna save it with that.
Yeah, I don't think he has any con bonus anyway. And even if he
Because it
did,
deals 19 damage. So it's going to be 3d8. So he's going to lose 3 wounds as its fist smashes down into him. And you just see as like one of Seamus's arms like just goes limp, as if it's just like a broken like shoulder blade. Again, it's not necessarily permanent damage, but it is one of those things to keep in mind. Like, it's a severe wound from this thing. But he'll lose 3 of his hit dice.
and then do you want to actually roll the 3d8 to see what con save he'll need for concentration?
Oh, yeah, I can do that actually.
Because it could theoretically be more than the DC 10.
So it'd be a 19. It's the same as the average damage.
Okay, so that's still a DC 10 then. Okay.
Yeah. No, that's part of why I like the idea. Like Matt Colville says, like, just take average damage for him. Like, don't worry about like rolling against these guys. And it's so funny, like, how often it really does just make sense to me not to roll as many dice as possible.
Okay.
Um,
He
I
does
don't think
manage to maintain concentration.
I don't think I do anything against the Autolukes. Like that resilient sphere, like it just goes. This thing's stuck inside of it. Doesn't have like a save at the end of its turn.
No, he's stuck. He can push up against the sphere's wall to like move half his speed if he wants to, but he can't do anything else.
It's like hamster balling into the wall to its right. So it's not necessarily recognizing that it's like would be capable of moving the sphere because the sphere is just kind of sliding against that wall and like the actual like almost angle of the staircase. So you might be aware that it could actually move itself, but as far as you can see from this creature, it's almost just like dumbly like looking towards Davros and Terry as the ball is sort of like turning with its movements. But yeah, it's gonna go back up to Davros.
All right, so Davros, seeing the kind of this force field sphere encompassing the troll creature, is going to kind of like shout to Terry, like, "Come on, now's our chance!" And he's going to kind of move back up the stairs, swinging at the giant as he kind of comes back out into the daylight. First one, that should hit, I think, with an 18.
Yep.
Ooh, for 7. And then second one will hit for 12 more. So 19 total on the 2 attacks. And I think he is going to go ahead and action surge here, given Gale's bought us a little bit of time to try to get a little closer to finishing the giant off and take 2 more kind of swings as he's backing up here.
Go big. You're nearing where you could kill this with a really good action surge.
All right, so all right, first one will hit for 8 damage.
And that's probably gonna say it's gonna go to somebody else.
That will hit. All right, that was better for 15 damage. So I think that was 23 total.
Shit, 104 and then 8 is 112, and then that one. How much was that last hit for?
The last one was
15?
is for 15. Yeah.
Oh, you want to describe how you kill this giant?
So he takes like the 2 swings. He sees the giant suddenly weakening, and maybe it kind of like its leg starts to give way. And as Davros is kind of like moving up towards the top of the steps, he kind of like leaps the last couple and just like 2-handed like brings his blade kind of into the like right under the armpit of the giant and kind of like manages to like through and just like maybe slice slice like the heart valve or something, and not exactly sure it's a killing blow at first, but then as he kind of like makes the landing and turns around, he sees it like faltering, and like continuing to drop.
Yeah, the artery that runs through your armpit is so extremely close to the heart. By the time you cut into that, this thing is on moments to live. And just the last few moments, it's just trying to like raise a fist again to like smash down into you. What's Davros's AC?
16.
16. Yeah, so it just like has this fist that like raises up, and then in the last moment its fist is just kind of falling dead motion. There's no longer any muscle kind of pulling it down. It's just the gravity, and you just basically see as its arm just kind of falls right beside you, you're able to just barely sidestep out of the way, smashes down into the stonework, and the hand just kind of like crumbles into rock, and you basically see is this creature that once was like an animated form of stone just kind of like disintegrates. There's blood and like sinew from parts of it, but much of it has already kind of like degraded already back into a stone. It just looks like gravel is kind of scattered across these stairs. And there's still the little white, like blue troll that kind of like sits in this bubble at the bottom of the staircase. Um, Seamus probably going to be holding an action, but what kind of thoughts does Seamus has as he sees the giant kind of scatter into stone?
Yeah, I think Seamus is probably holding his like at very least dislocated shoulder, kind of grimacing in pain. He is going to take the chance to back up a bit, um, and he's going to look towards Gale and be like, "How long do you think that thing can hold him?" But he will otherwise, yeah, hold an action if the thing does get up to within. Or actually, you know what? For this round, he might just dodge.
Gotcha. So yeah, as he steps back and like prepares, effectively you are kind of correct. Like you guys have time to figure out what you would like to do with this troll. Because basically Gale can hold it like this for a minute.
So
What do you
back
guys
on me.
Well, you don't have to necessarily jump back into the initiative order because again, you guys have a minute here before Gale like loses control of the troll. So it's more or less on you, but it's also up to you guys to discuss like what are you doing in this intervening 60 seconds? Because Gale can't drop it unless you want to like counterspell it. Like right now, that thing's kind of sealed off and protected from you just as much as you're protected from it.
Okay, so Terry Chin is gonna just walk up right in front of it, put his sword in its sheath, and go like full Darth Maul like meditation until the bubble drops. So he'll like hold his attacks. And I'll just I guess like wait to vicious mockery it whenever it busts out or whatever.
Gotcha. So he's just holding some attacks. You're holding vicious mockery. What are you doing here, Gal?
I'm telling Darius and James that, oh, Jinx and Terrigen seems to have the right idea. If everyone just gets ready and in position, I can drop it whenever we want, or if we want to wait out the 60 seconds.
Davros is going to let's see, keep it in there as long as you can. Give people time to clear out. It's probably only been about like 30 seconds since like these things first started coming up. Actually, I guess right. There hasn't been that many
Yeah, I
rounds.
think you guys are on turn 3, so it's like 15, 12 to 18 seconds kind of thing.
Yeah, so Davros, yeah, like give as much time for people to clear out, for the guard to arrive. They're probably not going to get here in a minute, but much time as we can buy. And yeah, he's basically like bracing himself here at the top of the stairs. Seamus is going to. We can't really hold because depending on what Gale decides to do. If Gale basically agrees he's going to hold it, Seamus is going to. He's essentially like still dodging, and he's going to, because blur will end naturally after a minute. So by the time the sphere ends, that will have faded. So he'll be basically preparing himself to cast it again, but I don't think he can hold it because otherwise he would lose it. So he's essentially just like kind of dodging for now. So it might be his second turn before he can recast it.
Roll a perception for me with Davros.
With Davros, that's a 10.
10. Gotcha. You can see the guard are starting to form up outside of the guardhouse. So effectively, the guard have like a group starting to form like outside of the guardhouse here. They don't seem terribly inclined to rush over, as you can basically tell they've like already seen like the stone giant. But they are, at the edge of the actual encampment here. So you guys could easily force them into this fight. You guys could wait for them to potentially come into the fight, or you basically could continue this fight while they do whatever they're doing. But you can see the guard are indeed at least starting to muster. Um, yeah, Seamus can definitely basically prepare to cast that spell, but you are correct. He can't hold it in the same way that like Jinx can basically permanently uh cast the vicious mockery, waiting for it to be ready. I think that covers that. So then just overall, do you guys want to push this and drop the sphere? Do you want to wait till the sphere drops and then continue? Like, what are you guys actually going to do with the intervening minute? Do you want the whole minute?
I mean, I think, yeah, that's Davros' idea is take the whole minute more to let others clear out and, have the, maybe try and convince the guard to approach and help. But I think ultimately it's up to Gale as the caster of the spell, right?
Yeah, I think Gale is on your side with that, like with letting people have time to get away from this.
So I think probably at this point, most people are already out of the square by now, and they're getting into the buildings. There might still be a little bit of crushes like near some of the doorways. But yeah, once you wait the minute, you can definitely clear the square. The guards don't seem to be moving as you're approaching closer and closer to like the end of this. The guards still seem to be kind of like holding off at the guardhouse. They're not really approaching you. You probably still have, say, 20 or so seconds. Are you guys trying to like? Do you want to yell off to them, Davros, and try to intimidate them in coming over? Jinx, do you want to try to persuade them to come over? Do you guys care about whether the guards come and assist you?
I would think that it's better if they stay back because they're probably weak sauce compared to us.
I think Davros is going to shout out them, "You've got it pinned, but not for long. This is what you signed up for. Fight for your city." Basically trying to shame them into, uh,
Got to do an intimidation. Jinx, are you going to try to countermand him, or are you kind of just like following suit once he calls it out?
um,
Oh
yeah,
no,
because
I'm okay with it. I mean, I don't really care. That's fine.
Gotcha. You can do a strength modifier on that though. Did you? No, you don't have rage anymore.
yeah, no,
Like
and
a
I don't
12ish.
know, because I don't know if he could. It seems like it's more persuasion, like a normal persuasion, just because it's not really using his strength to intimidate from this far away. I feel like.
I mean, you're fighting a troll, though, is kind of why. Like, you just cut down a stone giant, is part of why I say it is intimidation. But you are welcome. Like, I always call out multiple checks, so there's no reason it has to be intimidate. Intimidation and persuasion are definitely bedfellows. What would it be as a persuasion there?
If it's just yeah, charisma persuasion, it would just be or intimidate charisma intimidation would be 6 total, so not very effective.
Yeah, basically, you're just kind of recognizing these guys are shaking their boots. Did they sign up to defend the city? Yes. Did they realize that it would mean fighting giant kin? Not really. Like, you kind of always hear stories, but you like to imagine that you're going to be the person who never sees battle, and you get the paycheck and you get the severance pay, but never that you would actually have to defend the city. That's what Delvers are for.
Yeah, and I
That's
think
why you
Davros.
guys make the big bucks.
Yeah, I think Davros has probably seen enough of the guards that he's not that surprised when they don't come running at his call. So
Gotcha. Is everybody prepared for when this sphere drops?
I think I would maybe just like one more. I mean, that thing looks like a troll, but do we know any of its weaknesses? Or
Everybody could roll a history or simply like flat intelligence. I think history is intelligence. So- Wait, I think it should be wisdom. Is history wisdom?
History is intelligence.
Yeah, you could do history intelligence or history wisdom. Depends what you guys want to roll.
that's going to be 12 for Davros. I'm going to go with intelligence history.
It's an 18 for Gale with intelligence history.
and Jinx has got a 3.
Yeah, as far as things go, like I wasn't trying to hide what this thing's weaknesses are. I feel like as you approach a giant and a troll, they're common enough enemies. You guys are high enough level. In general, you want to be making sure to hit the troll with fire damage to prevent its flesh from regenerating. Other than that, you just need to brute force this in much the same way as fighting the dragon. Or not the dragon, the stone giant. So if everybody is ready, we'll jump back into it. Davros, you're top of the order.
Oh,
And
Uh,
I guess realistically, it would be the type of thing where it you guys know when it's gonna drop, but Davros at top of the order, you would be still waiting for it to drop on Gale's turn. So you're more on the level of like this is where Seamus will cast Blur. You know what I mean? You like are ready for things to drop, hold your attack with Davros kind of thing.
yep, that's basically what he's doing. He's like braced for an attack.
So we'll basically have you holding attack. Seamus is casting Blur, and then we're gonna go to Jinx.
So we're waiting till Gale's turn, so I'll just hold another vicious mockery.
Gotcha, same idea. And then holding an attack with Terry.
Yeah, Terrence will stand back up and ready his sword.
Right before this happens, you guys are going to see Neferndel steps out from Dan.
Attack of the 40-foot woman.
I really need to just set the scale of this sheet because the gigantic characters is craziness. Uh, well, I called you guys to help. Interesting occurrence here. What can I do? And
See
she's
to Seamus,
basically
he's
just
injured. Can you give him one of those potions?
Yeah, she can rush towards Seamus and hand off a potion. What do we say? Action to give somebody a potion? Yeah, she can give him a potion. Um, roll a what is it? A D12 for me, Seamus.
It is a 9.
Roll a D6.
5.
You've got +1 AC for 10 minutes on Seamus. So I'd say this is the kind of thing where she like walks up to you and like, just kind of hand behind his neck, tilts a beaker like into his mouth, and you just like, chug it as she's like pouring this strange liquid. And you just see as it's like shifting different colors, it hits his tongue, and he just tastes all of these different flavors before it turns really earthy, really like chalky. You hear him as he's like almost like snapping his like puckering his lips kind of thing where you like hear somebody talking with dry mouth, and all of a sudden you guys notice as Seamus's skin kind of like grays out, and it seems to creates like, oh yeah, my internet is going crazy because OBS just reconnected. um, Tastes like chalky. He almost gets like the dry mouth kind of like pucker. And then you basically see as his flesh starts to turn like grayish. You see as it almost like cracks like stone. But his flesh basically turns into like kind of a marble. And he'll gain that +1 AC for 10 minutes. But otherwise, that will take us to Gale.
Gotcha. And I think Seamus, like hearing Jinx like telling Neferndel to give him a healing potion, is going to try to like, as this has happened, he's not really sure, so he tries to move his kind of dislocated shoulder and gives out a grimace of pain because he was expecting healing. But he'll take the AC bump, but he's just like,
Sorry. Don't really know what they're gonna do until you try them, but it could have healed you.
well, I suppose it's the thought that counts.
And then it's on to Gale. What would you like to do, Gale, as you feel your concentration wane? The weave releases you from that resilient sphere.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm just gonna firebolt it. Seeing as fire, we know that.
That'll be a solid hit.
For 14 fire damage.
And then Terry, Jinx, and Davros.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
and I
you
guess
can roll Bill as well.
Davros would have been. Sorry, I forgot to planted it here beside Terry.
Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
But I think that'll probably miss a 14.
14 will miss.
On Bane would have dropped by now. But do a wisdom check for me for vicious mockery.
Ooh, actually, can Davros use his bardic inspiration on this one?
You certainly can. Um, Vicious Mockery will hit.
And that'll turn it into a 21 for Davros to hit.
That is a hit.
Uh, 10 damage from Davros.
So it's 2 damage from the Vicious Mockery, and then a total from 2 hits from Terry will be 25 damage. And I did use Terry's Bardic Inspiration as well.
And how about from Bill?
Yeah, Bill's first shot was a natural 1.
You can gain inspiration now.
And then an 18 to hit on the second.
That'll hit.
Oh, and I think I forgot to say, but could he have moved the Hunter's Mark onto the troll as
Oh,
well?
100%. Yeah. No action economy. You can. I don't think there's any reason that the Adalutes should have protected him from that.
Then that would be 10 damage.
Excellent. Yeah, it is going to. Son of a bit. Run up to and smash into Seamus. Seamus has low AC, but I think that's an 18 with the small one, so I think that should hit regardless. Make a save for me with Seamus. This is a 14.
Hey,
He doesn't have
before you do that,
con.
I'm gonna minus it if I could.
Oh, I got you. Just doing your cutting words.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a cut. That was at disadvantage already, right?
Yeah. That's the rolled 10.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut it for 5.
What is Seamus's AC?
14 with the potion bonus.
That's just enough. I think the 4 is what it needed for the hit. So yeah, it'll miss with the first smash into Seamus. The second attack is gonna go back down to Harry, and that'll provoke an attack of opportunity from Seamus. And it doesn't have to leave. It can attack Terry beforehand. My bad. I just rolled in person. It should be a disadvantage though. Still should hit though, with a 17 being the disadvantage die. Make a con save with Terry, 14. So I think you need like a 7 or greater.
21.
And then on Davros, yeah, so it really just provoked. It doesn't even provoke anything there. I'll roll that back on here again. That was accidental that I rolled in person. Should hit Davros with the roll 12.
Yep.
And this is for a bite. Ooh, I should actually roll today. Oh, I rolled the disadvantage against Terry, and it doesn't even matter, but I hit. It's gonna deal 13 damage to Davros as it bites into you.
Got it.
So yeah, it just like slashes into Terry, bites down into Davros, runs up and slashes into Seamus, and it's gonna go to Davros from there.
All right. So
You
maybe
guys can
like,
see as well, like its flesh doesn't like repair. You can see like the seared kind of like edges of the damage that you've done to it. Like the fire is a key portion of this.
yeah. So Davros, probably this thing could have probably bit his head off, but maybe it like kind of bit at least partially into the armor, so he avoided the worst of it. He is going to take 2 more swings with his great sword as it kind of barrels past him. I don't think I have any. Yeah. Uh, 15.
15 is just enough to hit. This is again kind of where you like slash into it, and there's that first like draw against the flesh where you're just kind of sliding against the outside of it, and then it breaks through, and you start to see like the blood seeping out.
Okay, second one will miss. So it was for 13 damage with that first one.
And that's going to put it at the bloody point. What would Seamus like to do?
So I think Seamus, seeing this thing in its face, is just going to stab out, probably a little bit blindly at it. 16 should hit.
It does indeed, yes.
But that is only going to be for 4 damage.
Excellent.
He's kind of like sidling away from the stairs. Doesn't want to be right in the middle of this thing's path, but otherwise, that is it for him.
On to Jinx.
All right, so Jinx is going to bonus action and do healing word. So he's gonna reach over on Seamus's shoulder and just say, "Why don't you let me give you a hand with that thing?" And hit you with a healing word level 1. So I don't need to roll that; it just gives him back 1 hit die, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay, and then I will get where Seamus just was, and then for my action, I'm gonna take the help action for Terry's attack. Is that how that works? To give him advantage?
Yeah, you can give him advantage, yep.
And Jinx is just gonna yell out, "I'll get his attention. Remind him why they call you Terrachin." And then Terry is going to make his signature attack. Nice. Or it should be like a 21.
Yeah, solid hit. I think the sidekicks need to roll a 10 for their attacks right now.
His second one would be a 15.
You're flanking, yeah, so I'll give you that. They should be 8 when we consider that they're flanking. Both of those can hit.
So the first one is 15 and the second one is 10. So 25 total damage.
Excellent. I never built a level term into Nephrindel's spell as if it were a cantrip. Interesting. Uh,
Oh wait, what are you talking about Nafrendel's thing?
yeah. It wasn't ever built in to like level up with her. So it's just a flat damage. Yeah, she's just going to hurl some acid at it in one of her vials. And then it'll go to Gale.
Yeah, Gale is gonna acid arrow it. So let's see. Oh yeah, that's not gonna hit. That's a 10 to hit.
I don't
10
think
is definitely a
Nafrendale
miss.
actually hurts it because I think her damage is all poison. And aren't trolls immune to poison?
Not particularly this one. I think some might be.
Yeah, with that miss, he's gonna, let's see, Gale is gonna quicken a firebolt and just try to see if he hits that.
Gale said, I want this kill. The dice said, no, it's not for you.
Definitely not. So he has the acid arrow that flies by. Oh wait, the acid arrow does actually do damage on a miss, right? Is gonna shake. Yeah, it does half damage on a miss. Let's see. So it would have done 6 acid damage.
And then how about to Bill?
Ah, and Bill will fire off his 2 arrows. Let's see. Oh, let's see, that is a 12 to hit and a 13 to hit.
Nope. Bill as well. It was not for Chris to get the kill. I think it's going to be pretty successful that you guys just run through this thing. Davros, roll your attacks for me real quick. Let's just see if you get a crit.
Sure.
If there's no crits, it's going to be pretty unceremonious death.
No crits. I think those will both hit though.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys basically just watch as like once again Davros just like hacks into this thing, and it's just a few strikes into it to lay this thing low. Kill, and then it. I think it should have healed some, but I didn't describe it. Yeah. Should I have just attacked with it? I think I forgot to attack with it there. Because it goes after Gale. My bad. Before Davros kills it, it gets to attack again. That is a clutch part of an enemy creature. 4 is Terry. 7 is Freedom. And 6 is Bill. So it's gonna go Terry first is a normal attack. It's gonna crit him. You have your reaction. Do you want to try to save Terry's life as this thing brings like a claw down at Terry and seems to be about to slash like into his throat kind of thing?
Yeah, like as I see him winding up, Jinx will just say, "Your deeds of valor will be remembered." Just kidding, and I'll silvery barbs it.
Gotcha. So it's either the crit or uh that should be a miss with a 12 to hit.
And
And then
because Davros technically is next, I know we're kind of going backwards. I'll silvery barbs advantage
give him
on his attack.
advantage.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So then I'm gonna have its free attack go into Jinx for a claw with the silvery barbs. And the 8 is a 16 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits. It was almost a 20. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah, it was definitely very close. It's like I want that fucking crit, bro. And it's gonna do 16 piercing to you. Can you make a dex saving throw?
It is an 8.
Oh, my bad. Never mind. That's only if it hits you with both claw attacks. I never even attacked the same creature with both claws. Should have read the whole ability first. And then it's going to step away as it charges down Bill. So Davros is one of the people who is going to attack it when it steps away. But you are welcome to make. I think you just had normal strikes, but just fish for a crit with an advantage strike here, Davros.
Nope.
Negative. Um, but you, Terry, Seamus, I think all of you guys are gonna get these like attacks on it as it basically charges towards Bill. I think it's gonna die on the way to Bill, so I'm gonna make this kind of the same idea where it's gonna attack at disadvantage as it dies. It should still be able to hit Bill with basically a limp arm that just smashes down on top of him. Oh, this would be a bite anyways. So it's like falling into him, almost like biting down with an open jaw, like onto him. Make a con save with Bill. You need a 9 or better. So Bill is going to take 1 wound, basically, as the creature like dies, jaw like slamming into his shoulder, and you just get like one of these like 8-inch incisors like stabbed down into your shoulder blade, as it basically just falls limp and dead at his feet. And then as this one dies, this one actually is going to, like, the blood and ichor still kind of remains, but the vast majority of this thing's flesh actually like disintegrates into like a water and actually like kind of washes away like the blood on all of this stonework as this creature basically returns to the element of water. When I called you all to Danbury's, you do realize like you can just come here, right? Not everything has to be like pomp and circumstance. You can just have a normal day where you come into Delver Square and visit me. We do our thing without giants and trolls. You guys can just come here. And we'll take a break as Neferndel basically ushers you guys into Danbury's.
And Davros will like as he kind of gets up the stairs, he'll like kind of call back to the guards dismissively. It's all right, you can come out now. Your job's done.
And with that, the guards will actually come over to you and see that everything's okay.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, ditto.
I'm pretty much back and good to go whenever.
Yeah, and I'm still here.
I'm back.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on my brother then.
And while we're waiting, I'm just going to have Davros will kind of, as he's walking to Danbury, he's just going to go ahead and second wind.
Gotcha. Yeah, this will effectively be a short rest, so don't even worry about marking that off. Let me have each of you roll a D100 while we wait for him.
That's 1.
25 for Davros.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Word. I could only imagine what a 1 would be if that were an encounter test.
That's the Tarask.
You're
You
right,
got a
yeah,
1 on a
encounter event.
D100?
Yeah, he just rolled a 1 on the D100, but it was not for an encounter. It was for something else. But it's just hilarious to imagine what that would be. Which one of you rolled first? Did you see, Chris, whether you beat Justin to it, or Justin, did you see whether you beat Chris to it?
I think Gales was first.
Gotcha. Roll 2d4 for me, Justin.
Six.
All right. Between the actual like clothing that was actually on the giants, on these two giant kin, you guys can find different like marble and like jade statuettes. Almost looks like a chess set kind of thing, but it's only 6 pieces of these chess sets, or like chess pieces, and you can find 6 of them. They're each worth approximately 250 gold. Effectively, what this is 6 art pieces. But just put down 6 250 gold piece marble and jade chess set kind of thing. And then Chris, will you roll 2d6? Justin, Jinx, will you roll 2d6? And then Justin, Davros, will you roll 66?
See, I got a 5.
Yeah, I got 5 as well.
And 17.
All right. Between them, these giants had 3 different coin bags that had, and these aren't like actual like imperial coins. It's just by weight, effectively coins. 1,200 copper pieces, 5,000 silver pieces, 500 gold pieces, and 170 platinum pieces. 'And remember, if you when you guys go to split this, technically you have to split it into at least sixths. You can decide whether you would break Neferndel off in it. Technically, you don't have to.
Is one of you guys doing the math on that?
Yeah, I'm just adding together the. So let's see, it'd be. So divided by 6 be 470 gold pieces equivalent each.
Sorry, I missed. How much was it?
470 gold pieces equivalent each, divided by 6.
Let's say if you broke off Neferndel, it'd be 440.
Okay, affirmative. I got it.
So this time, when you guys head into Danbury's, there's actually like a commotion inside, as again, like a lot of people fled the actual square. So there were about like 70 or so people in the square when you guys had this occurrence happen. When you guys go into Danbury's, there's probably 15 or 20 people inside of Danbury's. You guys have almost never seen it any more than like 3 people. There's 2 people who are sitting there smoking. Um, Damn, I think I said that differently. I feel like it's always been the dreaming apothecary who's smoking, and then the 2 wizards. But there's basically always been like 3 people, and then the actual like patrons sort of been inside of Danbury's. And this time it actually like is filled with people. So when you guys go in, you're going to have Neferndel almost immediately kind of like ushering you all towards a back room and effectively a private place for you to converse, as this place, which is normally kind of really good for clandestine sort of things, is very much kind of blown up from this happening outside. But you guys can kind of head in. Tabor Danbury, the actual owner of the place, does kind of like give you guys like a nod before he sees Neferndel kind of taking you guys towards the back and go to greet you, go to sort of like welcome you guys, see how you are, and then he just kind of like almost shushes and like quiets down and like holds back, but he's just like, "Oh, hello." Oh, and just kind of like seconds himself before he just kind of like goes back to just the people who are traditional patrons at that point. But you guys kind of walk into a back room with Neferndel. You'll have Orin, the barkeep, kind of come back, and he just has like a pitcher, and Neferndel will go and grab some like dishes from kind of like a dish pit area, or not dishes, like some glasses, and come back with some like glasses for you guys to pour out some ale. But she kind of like sits you guys down on like a break table, sort of, for the actual like workers of Danbury's. Oh, well, interesting occurrence. It's good to see you guys. I'm glad. Uh, where's Dalton? I think she's met Davros because I think Davros was among the people who first saved her. I
Yeah,
think.
pretty sure she's met Davros.
Yeah, I feel like at very least back when like the house was still rumored to be haunted at the Goblin House, she met him. But she'll take a moment to ask about Dalton and sort of get caught up on a few things. But you can tell she's also kind of like excited to sort of share some of the things that have actually happened since she's been gone.
Yeah, so Davros will just basically it's like he's recovering from the latest ordeal. Yeah, interesting occurrences seem to be happening more and more frequently. That's for sure.
I know this to be sort of a more matter of fact than random happenstance and chance. I've found out more or less of what's happening and understand a little bit more of what the cults are attempting to do. Uh, if we're all prepared, there is indeed another temple underneath that section of the, and she like describes that like trippy room that you guys entered where the colors were all misshapen, and like she describes it kind of as like the vertigo room, like that sense of feeling of where it like throws off your inner ear and your balance and just kind of makes you feel ill, almost like going over a hill when you're like going really fast, when your stomach kind of drops out. She's like describing that room, and there's a lot more underneath there, and if I understand correctly, there's some sort of ritual chamber beneath and beyond the old city of Old Town, the old city of Ptolus, where humans first settled this place. We're all on top of it, but we have to go deeper and back in that place to find whatever it is that Wuntad, he's trying a ritual to complete the necessary the night of dissolution. It's not just a cult thing. There, this ritual is it's the whole point. Some sort of machine beneath the city. It's it's fed by the ritual. There, I don't know everything. I just, and she's going to pull out a map, and you basically see it's very much kind of a labyrinthine sort of map of like, she understands where you're going to leave that kind of vertigo room. You're going to start following this hall to the north of it, and it's basically a description of, you know, like 80 paces, turn right, and you can just see that it's just halls and halls and halls. And if you follow it correctly, you should come out at this staircase that goes on for story after story after story. and it's basically just this long sort of description of some way to get deeply into the city and hopefully not arrive there lost on the way to finding this machine that is theoretically beneath Old Town. I know you didn't come here expecting why or whatever reason those things would be bursting forth, but everything that I can tell, every moment is building up towards this. The machine is going to be activated, whether we like it or not. They're looking to create a new world, a new everything with the change of this year. Our chances are ever dwindling. We don't start now. We're not gonna. We have to go.
I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to come by this information, but if you say we need to go, I trust you.
Well, you'd also be surprised with whatever is happening. Most of the cults are untrusting of one another. Lunatad is the only one who believes that it's intelligent to bring so many diverse groups together, and it appears most everyone thinks whatever ill has been happening was the cause of one of the and I think she was with you guys when you first went into that place. And she basically describes one of those priests that you guys fought. And she names him here Vokatan. And she basically describes like this Harrow elf, one of the priests, and it was effectively the first one that you all killed. And the way she describes him, naming him, you basically understand like who it is she's describing. But everybody, as far as they are concerned, believed that he was a traitor, somebody who had infiltrated specifically to fight against the Knight of Dissolution. That's he's the one who was the leak. They're not looking for anybody else. They don't trust, but they're also not looking. It was easier than you might expect. We still we have most of the Brotherhood is us. We've removed and replaced most everybody, and there's a lot of the Ebon Hand. There's a lot of the Tolling Bell. But we're one of four of these major cults that are making up this effort. It was easier than you would expect. Is everybody prepared today to go? And do we need anything? Are you ready to go without delay?
It sounds as if, even if we're not, we should probably go anyway.
Take a few minutes, gather our things, get ready, make any last minute preparations, quick little rest, and I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds serious, so The sooner we can get to it, the better. I'm ready for it.
We have any healing potions? I'm in between us. Obviously, I have plenty of healing myself, but you know, something was to happen to me.
I have one healing potion on me.
I was able to get two from Madras just the other day, and she can hand off two normal healing potions to whoever wants one.
Yeah, Davros has a potion of greater healing on his sheet. Unfortunately, I have no idea where that came from.
Yeah, don't worry about that. As far as I'm concerned, that's perfectly fine that we consider that still in existence.
Is there anything else? Any last minute preparations we need?
Probably, but by the time we think of them, it'd be too late.
If we're all sorted, I'll call a carriage and we can get taken up into Old Town. We should go without delay, and then at least we can get everything started and rolling. We're going to need all of the energy we can preserve. But is everybody? Do we have water rations? We probably should take plenty of rope. We might need climbing equipment and whatnot, but it's whatever we need to once again go down and into going into the lost parts of Old Town, the ancient city. Things could be crumbling and disintegrating. It's whatever we might need, but I think we should go with enough energy and enough rope, enough water for however long we have to be there.
I've got 100 feet of silk rope. We should definitely get some climbing gear just in case.
Food and water, torches.
So she can call for a carriage that'll take the seven of you there. You guys can go to Everett's Outfitters, to the different places in Delver Square, and get any of the mundane gear that you might want to take. But yeah, as far as things go, you guys basically have like the time before the carriage goes, enough time to take a short rest and maybe a little bit more to kind of acquire, but effectively call the carriage and get going as soon as possible. It's sort of where she leaves it.
Yeah, so I would think just all that sounds good. Rations, rope, or rations, climbing gear. What else did you say?
Like water torches.
Yeah, like yeah, mundane stuff like that.
But essentially, yeah, if you're thinking that you want it, carry it in now because you guys are about to basically go into again one of these like delving situations where time is going to slow down and you guys are going to be limited on what you have as you basically find yourselves isolated beneath the city. So you guys can take the carriage. You're heading through the town, off into Old Town. You head back to that apartment building. You see mostly the apartment building is kind of cleaned up. You can tell that it's sort of like kind of blocked off to create a sort of quarantine to hide what's going on, as effectively nobody's really trying to blow up that they know it's there, but also that this is still currently sort of the entryway into. So it kind of has like a more or less like cleaned up but not like repaired sort of air to it. Walking in, there's definitely like maybe not it's like strictly speaking dead bodies and whatnot, but say like sort of refuse, rotting trash and whatnot, to make it sort of disgusting, so nobody but the most intrepid investigator would go so far as to kind of find what this place really is. But you guys sort of already knowing of what it is and how it is an entryway sort of into this underground area, you kind of know, kind of get through some of it, or at very least Neferndel knows and understands, like the cult sort of using that as camouflage to sort of push through. You head down into that northwestern corner where there's a hole in the ground, and you crawl your way down beneath the stonework of the city, and you guys head down into the sewers. From the sewers, you head into that like first temple of the rats, into the second kind of vertigo temple, and then into this hall. And from there, you're walking for some great amount of time. In the long run, you guys are probably getting to the apartment building like early afternoon, maybe 10, 11 in the morning. You guys are going beneath the city and starting to walk this hall. And you're probably looking at, say, like 1 to 3 o'clock or so by the time you guys start to come out on these stairways and making your way out of this long hall corridor, like labyrinthine maze. And from the stairs, the first impression is just like very much almost like Moria from Lord of the Rings, where there's just stairs that lead down into the ever darkening pits of this stone and earth. And you're just like walking down these stairs. They just seem to go on forever, sort of thing. And it's always that they're winding in on themselves, not like a long straight staircase down. It takes like 90-degree turns or so every 100 or so feet, as they basically wind sort of down this almost like cleft in the earth, until eventually you guys are going to see that the stairs start to come up on a large open cavity in the stone. And this will be the first time that you can actually see like the stone of buildings, and you can start to see a large, maybe not like temple sort of opening, but you can see this large sort of opening before you. There's almost like 60 or so foot ceilings. As the stairs kind of come beneath the ceiling, you see the floor maybe about like 60 or so feet below you. There's a sort of almost like L-shaped room that kind of like creates a little like alcove, and then this room kind of stands in front of the door to this tower. The tower seems to have walls that separate it from each side of this cavern. And then there's like a little bit like rougher section of the cavern off to the north before it returns to a more or less kind of finished square section. And I'm about to start to reveal that to show you guys basically. It's sort of towards the center of the map, but give me a second as I start to reveal.
And we were able to grab a short rest on that.
Yep, you guys are short rested.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and burn a couple hit dice.
Yeah, And I'll burn my arcane recovery to get back a 4th level spell slot.
And if anybody else did hit dice, I'll do the Song of Rest, so you'll get an extra D6 total, added on to however many you burn.
My bad. I think you can see how long ago I set up this map as Dalton is on the map. Give me 1 second. We did not bring Karina. We did not bring Bob. And we don't have Dalton. Alrighty. So more or less that's just you guys drop there. You guys can alter that order if you want to have like Davros more towards the front. I have Neferndel simply at the front, more or less because she was effectively your scout. So you guys can kind of manipulate as that is. But like that stairwell as you enter this room at like the high side is say 30 or 40 feet above the ground. The second story where like Terry almost is there is say like 20 or so feet above the ground. So each one of those is basically descending 5 feet for each 5 feet it goes forward. I think that sounds right. No, no. It should descend 5 feet for each 10 feet it goes forward. So 5 feet for each of the squares that are actually on the map because these are 10-foot squares. But otherwise, I think that pretty well covers what you guys can kind of see here.
Gail, you want to light up Davros's belt again?
Yeah, I can do that.
And I think as well, it is important to basically share like Neferndel hasn't actually followed this beyond like the map was basically her first experience in going forward here. So this is beyond what she's done.
Yeah, so Davros will volunteer to take the take a lead position. Turning towards the stairs heading down on this L.
Hey, no cuts, no butts, no coconuts. We go together up front.
Fair enough. Certainly earned your place.
Before we descend into the abyss and get closer to the depths of the rocks, where no doubt some of us will die, I would like to say some motivational words with hopes that we will perform better on our death into the abyss.
All right, go ahead then, Terry. Say your motivational words, whatever it is that you have to say. Do it then.
Oh, that was it. I just did. That was the words. Don't you all feel motivated?
And he's going to use his rallying cry ability to give all of his allies within 60 feet 3d8 temporary hit points.
How long does that last? It's just until their long rest, like normal temporary hit points. It doesn't have a time limit.
Until you die.
No, there's no time limit. It just says.
Gotcha.
So it's 11 total.
So we'll say for the player characters, you guys can take 11. For the actual sidekicks, we'll just put them at 10 hit dice.
That's affirmative. Good speech there.
All right. Into the abyss. And yeah, Davros will start making his way down the stairs.
So as you round the stairs, that's where you can see like the eastern wall that like butts up against this tower in the center. It's like reinforced, maybe not like with buttresses, but basically like with wood to kind of hold the stone up. You can see or at least understand pretty quickly how like precarious the wall is that extends between the walls of this cavern and this tower in the center.
And I imagine wood must be relatively new.
And I'll have Jinx will have light on his staff, and then I'll kind of stay towards like the middle of the group, so we have like some light at the front and some like centrally located as well.
Yeah, so the reinforcements just kind of describe it as like over time. So you can like look over like with that kind of thought and basically recognize like, yeah, some of that is probably new, maybe within like years kind of thing. But you can also sort of recognize again like a little bit more of a precarious nature to some of that is like ancient as well, like maybe like within a human lifetime, kind of 20, 30 years, 50 years sort of thing. So just because it's reinforced, it doesn't say it can't fall with like a feather right now, too.
Okay, yeah. And is this appear to be a door on the left side of this tower here?
Yeah, as you approach the tower, you can see that there is like an opening in the cavern to the north of you. There's a door on that western side of the tower. And then once you actually get even closer to the tower, you can see that there is even more of this section that kind of butts up in a similar way, where there is effectively um, like a wall between the tower to the south as well.
So Davros is going to like look back to the others and nod up towards the north, where there seems to be an opening, and kind of gesture that way, and probably check that out. Don't know who or what else might be lurking down here. and he will start moving towards the opening.
As you actually approach and like go in towards this corridor, you can basically find that there's just sort of a rough section that is a far more natural kind of formation, and just kind of get a sense of, does he have any like stoneworking background at all? Maybe just give me like a nature check from him. Could be insight.
Yeah, he does have proficiency with mason's tools. So if it was like
Gotcha.
work stone, he could maybe have some. Yeah.
I'll give that enough to kind of recognize like this place was selected probably because there was a natural cavern here and they made this room. This section here was probably the original part of the cavern that just didn't fit into those plans.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, everybody, watch your step. This not the sturdiest looking place I've ever seen. But Davros will move towards the door into the tower.
Yeah, and Terry will just stay like at your side as you're kind of moving. So
Yeah, so Davros will go to open the door.
Gotcha. So when you open the door to the tower, you can basically see a large like circular room in front of you. There's like a straw bed, a staircase, kind of like a chest of drawers. A table, basically like there's a small sort of living quarters here, and you just kind of like open it up and it would appear at present as if nobody were in this room.
So he will go to move. He'll probably try and move quietly as much as he can. He will go to move into the room. And I think he would head towards the chest of drawers. Maybe there's, you know, probably not going to be that lucky, but maybe there's something in there thinking that might
Gotcha.
indicate
So
who.
it's got a like a full length mirror right next to it. There's a little like ceramic, I think humanoid figure It's a green ceramic figure. Uh, yeah, it's a humanoid thing that seems to have like tentacles rather than arms. And then yeah, it's holding a large cracked bell, and that's just sitting on top of the chest.
Any of you recognize that thing?
Can I get up close and kind of examine it and see, like, do we recognize like what the creature slash depiction is?
When you pick it up and kind of look over it, you can see that written on the underside of it says, "And on the night of dissolution, we shall awaken and break free."
And does it seem like this has been like undisturbed for a long time, or like this is something like more recently like placed here?
Roll an investigation.
It's an 8.
Yeah, I'd say with an 8, you can't quite tell. This room's pretty dusty. There's definitely a lot of ancient qualities about all of these things. There's not like a foot of dust on everything, but there's also not no dust on things.
And is it possible to tell whether the crack in the bell appears intentional or like a inadvertent break?
I'd say let's go insight, but you can have advantage for your masonry proficiency.
All right, so that would make it an 18.
I think it's safe to say that this bell was like created to represent a cracked bell. It was made to be cracked.
Gotcha. Okay, and Davos will share that with the others. His thoughts. Doesn't know what that means, but so he will, unless somebody else wants to keep it, he would go to replace it on top of the chest of drawers. And then I guess move towards. Are these stairs down beneath here?
The stairs on the south side lead up into a higher level of the tower. There's a door on the east side.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Yes, he would head for the towards the door first, I think. And I think he'll just try and give a listen before he opens it.
Roll a perception check for me.
That is a 2, but I'll take the inspiration.
Can't quite hear anything as you listen to the door.
All right, so not hearing anything, he will go to open it.
So on the opposite side, the light spell creates 30 feet of bright light, and it's 60 total of dim.
I feel like light is 20.
20, 40, that makes sense.
Yeah, 20 bright and then another 20 dim, so 40 total. Yeah.
So you can see in front of you an old mason like stone building that resembles architecture of Ptolus. You can definitely see signs that this is sort of ancient Ptolus in the same way that like this tower kind of like beckons signs of almost Ptolus like architecture. It has the archaic tradition that Ptolus would have had the modern sort of tradition from, and specifically Old Town, which Old Town now looks ancient compared to much of, modern Ptolus, especially like Midtown. So you can see that building ahead of you. Maybe pick out little bits of that this building is built into the actual stone of this cavern. You can see that there are three ways that kind of fall into deep darkness, and then basically see that there's otherwise like a large, say, like 80-foot by 80-foot cavern. It's slightly larger than the cavern that you guys just left behind you, in front of you. So let me start to reveal this. I want to say there's two statues. I'm not quite prepared. Oh, they might be open. I feel like there's two statues in this room on the north side as well. So yeah, the statues at the north side around the corridor that's immediately at like 12 o'clock of where Seamus is there, they are effectively humanoids. Yeah, and they are essentially human size. They stand about your like 6 or so feet tall. Um, Stone figures, robed figures. Yeah, I think that's kind of what you can pick up from like the distance of, because again, that's vastly inside of like the dim light that's shed around you, that you can kind of see the outline of this room. But you can basically tell there's vaguely three directions to go: 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, and like 6 o'clock. And then there's a door into the building that's straight ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think Davros's attention would initially be drawn towards the statue, so he would start heading up that way to get a better look. Because his first thought is, are these statues like, are they of similar things to the ceramic figure? Would probably be the first thing that popped into his head. So he'd want to go and get a closer look.
Gotcha. Let me have everybody roll a perception here.
See, 9 for Davros.
12 for Gale.
What did you roll with, Jinx? Looks like a 5. Do- 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 Gale, you see kind of like a flash of movement to the east as you guys start to head towards those statues. It is not enough time to react before you guys all. Those are the wrong rules. What is going on? Let me have you all make dexterity saving throws. Gale, you can have yours at advantage.
I got a dirty 20.
So 23 for Davros. And then do you want us to roll, I guess, separately for the sidekicks as well, right?
Yes, please.
And I feel like Seamus should have a plus to this.
Yeah, he should have. I assume he probably has proficiency. So +2 beyond what it says.
Yeah, so it'd be a 16 then.
And it would be an 11 for Bill.
Oh, no, I guess it would be a +5. So it would be 19 for Seamus.
I feel like Justin, my brother, can you hear right now? I feel like you've disconnected. I don't see.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad.
Okay, word. Are you trying to talk right now, Justin?
No, I can hear you now.
Okay, okay. What did you roll for your deck save?
On that one.
And then for Terry?
10.
All right. So I think anybody who rolled 15 or higher is going to avoid this. So I think that was basically just Gale, Seamus, and I think Bill. But when you see like this little flash of movement, Gale, from the east, you guys basically have like a splash of liquid across the ground, and your feet like stick to the stonework. And you're basically like bound in place for a moment there. And then there's another bouncing, and this will be another deck save. Anybody who is bound in place, this is going to be at disadvantage.
Yeah. Oh, and Bill rolled on got an 11, so he's stuck.
Okay, Bale did fail. I gotcha.
All right, and it's going to be 14s. This for the second one for both Davros and Seamus.
Yeah, that's a 7 for Gale, and Bill with disadvantage got a nat 1 for. Is it total of 8?
Gotcha. Neffy failed the first one and the second two. So everybody on this one is going to, like, for the sidekicks, they're just going to take 2 wounds if they failed, 1 if they passed. But there is a burst in sort of the center of where you guys are, as basically like 2 grenade sort of things have been thrown here. One of them is like a sticky bomb that kind of sticks you into place. The second one is like an explosion of shrapnel as needles like fly into the air. I think Davros managed to avoid most of them. This one is a DC 12, so it's easier to avoid. The one that sticks you into place was harder. But you'll take 6 damage if you passed, 3 damage if you failed. Same idea for the sidekicks. They'll take 1 if they passed, 2 if they failed.
Okay, and then is it just 1 hit die off, or is there a con save for the sidekicks?
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, they would then do a con save. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. The deck save was to see how much they got hit for. Con save is then to see how rough it is.
Seamus is only a 7 on that, so probably going to take a wound.
Was it average 2d4 is a 5? Yeah, I think he's actually good there. The average damage is a 5. So without con, they're 5 or higher. Anybody with con is effectively the plus, the not a 1.
So if
I don't know
they.
why.
Sorry?
No, you're good.
Yes, gonna clarify. So if the sidekicks save, do they take no wounds from that then, or just 1 wound?
If they saved on the second dex, they would take they would have 1 wound potential. If they save the con, they take none.
Okay.
Did they fail the contest?
No, Bill succeeded on the contest, but he failed on the deck. So
Yeah, so he would have been rolling against the 5, but once he passes it, he passes that. If he had failed it, he would have taken 2 damage.
And
okay.
do you guys all have inspiration still from that nat 1? Somebody could get inspiration. I still have it.
Davros has it as well. He had from his nat 1 perception.
Yeah, same with Gale. He still has his.
Okay, gotcha. And then what was the what happened from failing that check? My bad.
I think the
Uh,
damage on the second deck save was 6 if you failed it, and then half, so 3 if you succeeded.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, yeah. So I failed it. I took 6, and then Terry passed it, so he takes 3. And
well,
then
then have him roll a contest
yeah, I
with
did. He's
if
got an
he
18, so he'll be fine.
yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, so he takes none, Terry.
And then I want you guys to roll an initiative here.
That's an 8 for Gale.
21 for Davros.
And 11.
All right, so Davros you're not gonna be like you're starting off things here, so like the surprise kind of goes by and you've got your reaction here. Um I think 11, it was Davros was 21, 11 was Jinx. What did you say for Gale?
He got an 8.
Yeah, so they've got a climb speed, so you guys are gonna see. I think they're just gonna leap down and go. Oh, what I do with Neffy? We'll put Neffy there. So you guys are going to see. These are again those like humanoid creatures that are like. Oh, that's a terrible one. That's the wrong token. You never saw that. One of the humanoid creatures from like the apartment building, those things that they seem to be experimenting on with that elixir. There's two of them. They're basically going to leap off. They can't get to you guys like with any actual movement to do any other attacks. But you basically very quickly kind of realize where those two grenades come from as they kind of leap from on top of this building, and they are going to swarm around you. So from there, we'll go to Jinx can actually start things. And if it matters, one is basically going to be right on you, Jinx, as it was going for. Oh, wait, it was going for Terry. And then the second one is probably going for Jinx.
And did I see like what kind of creature this is?
They're those Venom Thralls from the apartment building. Do you remember those?
I can't remember which one was that.
They're like the humans that they were like putting the venom inside of so they could control their minds.
Oh, like the ones that were in the cocoons or whatever, like the what hatches
Yep.
out of them.
Yep.
Okay, I got you.
You think we tried to save a few to no avail? Or not, well, not the venom creatures, but the people in the cocoons that would eventually turn into them.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to test to see if you could save somebody from the cocoon. You guys don't actually know whether you can because what you did failed. Like all of those people expired, but you tried.
Yeah. And actually, if this one had leapt down to within reach of Davros, could Davros have used his reaction? Um,
Do you have a feat that lets you attack something that comes within?
yeah, so he could, it's one of his battle master maneuvers called brace. So when a creature you can see moves into the reach you have with a melee weapon you're wielding, you can use your reaction to expend a die and make an attack. And then if the attack hits, you add the superiority die to the damage.
100%, you can.
All right. So that'd be a 21 to hit.
Solid hit.
All right. Ooh, that was an 8 on the superiority die, so that's good. So total of 18 damage. And I'm assuming these are not lawful creatures either.
They are not.
All right. Yep. So yeah, so he would have done that kind of with his reaction.
And then I'll just hit the one that is next to me with the vicious mockery. You're ugly and slow, and you look like you just hatched. Why don't you crawl back in your cocoon and leave us the hell alone?
There doesn't seem to be any recognition from that one.
I can't win them all.
So
No
you
bonus
guys,
action on this one.
gotcha. You guys have fought these before, like Davros. Oh wait, Davros has not fought these, so never mind. Not going to tell you because you don't know. Um, so that should take us to Terry if you want to fight back with him.
Yeah, so Jinx is just gonna kind of circle around behind it, and then Terry's gonna do the same thing. And then Terry will go for a signature attack. And actually, he's gonna do one of his special attacks. Actually, so he's gonna do the commanding strike, and he's gonna just yell, Actually, I'm gonna curve around a little more, and then he's gonna yell, Oh wait, is Davros within 5? He's kind of in a weird spot there.
Of it, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he's just gonna yell,
Strike while the iron's hot.
and he will attack, and then have Davros attack as well.
And that doesn't require doesn't require Davros's reaction, right? Because he's already used his.
No, it doesn't require anything. He just makes that ally makes a weapon attack against the target.
Gotcha. Okay. I think Davros will miss with that with a 10.
Yeah, 10 is a big ol' miss.
And Terry's like an 18 or 19,
Solid hit.
and same thing again.
What was the same thing again?
His second attack was just a 10 again.
Okay, I gotcha.
So it's 9 plus 10, so 19 total damage from Terry. And then that's it for me.
Roll a d20 for me from Terry.
The 4.
Excellent. That's going to take us to Gale. What would you like to do, sir? You've got one of these gigantic humanoids on each side of you.
Yeah, thank him. Yes, the one to my left. Gonna shocking grasp it.
Excellent.
For a dirty 20.
That should be a hit.
8 damage. What is it? Electric? Like lightning damage?
And that takes away its reaction, right?
That it does, and that does make it so Gale is gonna chance moving out of the reach of both of those things.
The other one. Gotcha. Let's see. It's gonna try to claw you. I saw my roll on my bot's computer before I saw it. The total on that, well, I rolled a 15 in case you guys wanted to modify it. And then I think Gale has a better understanding of this before you decide to shield or not, but that should be a 20 to hit you.
Then I'm gonna shield it.
Gotcha. Do, 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 do. And then Bill.
Yeah, Bill will also move out of range a bit. Then he's gonna Hunter's Mark the one that we hit a bit and shoot it. First attack for dirty 20, and the second for, what is that? 26.
Excellent. And damage?
That would be a total of 19 damage. Oh wait, I can't right. No, that is 23 damage because I've got 1 plus 4.
Alrighty. Neffy's going to basically like rush up to it, smash a vial of acid on top of it, and kind of push back and past it. And I'll go back to you here, Davros, for your first turn. Like first full turn.
All right, yeah. Davros is going to continue slashing at the one between him and Terry. I'm going to use my inspiration to give myself advantage on this first one. 18 to hit.
Solid hit.
For 13 damage for the first one. Second attack will miss.
Gotcha. So as you like slash through and like hit it with the first one, you like swing for the second one, and as you're like going to like miss, like the creature is actually falling dead to the ground as you slash across. The second attack is already sort of wasted as this creature's already been slain. Um,
Gotcha.
Anything else from Davros? Otherwise, you can go to Seamus with the one to his east.
Yeah, so I think Davros, seeing this one falling, will move after a second swing, kind of using that momentum to move towards the second one. Seamus will, he is going to dart in, stab at this thing. Should hit with a 22 for 9 damage. And then he is going to kind of dart in, dart out. I think was this the one that was hit with the lightning thing?
That's the one that swung on Gale. The other one got hit by Shocking Grasp, but neither of them have reactions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's it for Seamus. And I don't remember if it matters, but it's Seamus's would be non-magical, all non-magical damage.
Gotcha. Jinx, do you have Warcaster, or do you want to hit it with one of your boomerangs? This one's going to step away from you as it moves towards Terry to swing on Terry.
Yeah, I got Warcaster. So when it steps away, I'm gonna do a string of insults. Yeah, you better run. So 5 if it failed, and disadvantage.
Yeah, okay, so it will fail for 5 days. So disadvantage strike on Terry is looking like the 7.
Yeah, I'm gonna let that one go.
Yeah, I think that's a 12, so that's a miss. The second attack is gonna go into Terry as it claws into him. Looking like an 18 to hit.
Well, you don't have to tell me if it hits, but I'm going to minus that one.
Gotcha. Um, but his AC is 18, so any minus is gonna make that miss. Um, yeah, you guys have fought these things before. I don't really need to keep their stats that secretive, is part of what I was getting at.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
But right, his AC is 18, so any roll is going to be a success there.
Yeah, I rolled 4, but if that's yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah.
And then it's going to try to bite him as well, and it will miss on that. But yeah, 2 slashes and a bite at Terry. All of them just kind of coming up short as you like psych it out. It claws across the armor, and then it bites into a chunk of armor. All around Terry's just too well protected as this one slashes out at him. And it will go to you, Jinx.
Okay. So yeah, I'm just gonna do the same thing again. I'm gonna hit it one more time with the vicious mockery. Might as well just keep running. You ain't gonna do nothing around here, not by yourself anyway.
It will resist again.
All right, and then Terry's gonna push by or like run through its legs or something like that, and come over and then do a double attack.
And then following Terry, we will have Gale.
So second one's gonna miss. It's like an 11 or 12, something like that. And then first one will be 16 damage, magical.
Excellent. And what are you doing for us, Gale?
Gale is slinging a firebolt at it. For a dirty 20.
Gotcha. And damage?
15 fire damage.
And from Bill.
Yeah, Bill's moving over the hunter mark and shooting twice. See, that's a 19 and a 22 to hit? Yeah, 22 to hit. So 19 and 22.
Both of those hit.
For 28 damage. I think that's the highest that I ever got in on Bill.
You said 22?
28.
Excellent. From Neffy. She's going to one of these. She just casts a vial, like throws it across, and it just like bounces off like the bone carapace of this creature. You hear as it like burns into the stonework behind as the acid breaks on the ground. Let's see. Gonna go to Dalton here, or not? My bad, Davros.
Yep, I know what you meant. Yeah, so Davros is kind of moving over, moving this beside Seamus and taking 2 more swings at this thing as he goes. First one would be a 16 to hit.
16 is its AC. That's exactly what you need to hit.
All right, the second one misses. And that would be for 14 damage. He is going to hold his position there. Seamus, feeling a little more protected with Davos right there, will stab out at the thing. but he will miss.
Excellent. What he missed by? Because you guys
Uh,
are flanking too, so
oh, it
what
would
it
have
was
been, I think,
5, 7,
it,
14. That's still good to be a miss, I think.
it would only been, I think,
Right?
a
Plus 7?
13, like a 13, I think, with flanking. So yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And that's gonna go. Damn, I don't remember. I erased like the initiative numbers. I should not have, because I have more creatures entering initiative. Jinx, do you remember what you rolled for initiative? I feel like you were like low teens.
I want to say
And
11.
Yeah,
That's
that
kind of
sounds
what I
right
was
because I'm
thinking.
+4, so that would be me rolling a 7. That sounds right.
Yeah, because I was thinking 12, so that sounds about right. So it's gonna go to this creature, and it's gonna go 9 is Neffy. So it's gonna push. I think it can basically. This is where the actual like. I think those are the real placements. So yeah, I think it has to leave combat with everybody but Davros to get to Neffy. So it will proc an attack from Terry and from Seamus as it pushes into Neffy.
Seamus will hit that time for 8 non-magical.
Did you roll one for Terry attacking?
Should be a miss. It's gonna be like a 13 or something like that.
Gotcha. I've got a 16 to hit Neffy. Does anybody want to modify that? Or I guess it's really just down to Jinx at this point. I forgot.
No. No, I'm good on
Gotcha.
that.
So it's gonna. I think this is the third one. I think it's going to bite into Neferndel. Can I have one of you roll a d20? She needs a 15 or better to pass. Just the first person to roll.
17.
Solid. So you guys see as it like bites into her, Neferndel like screams out in pain. You can see as like this like I think it was a green liquid is like what the dose looks like, but you see is like this oozing green liquids kind of like pooling around where it bit her. And you can basically see like it tried to like inject at least some of the poison into her, and it just kind of fails. But I think you guys know these things basically have a poisonous bite as is, even besides that they have like another sort of prepared bite that they do. Um, and then there's going to be a rush from the south as the door to that building open. Such a cool name to a creature that I don't think is all that badass. And you see as one of these creatures comes out, yeah, and it's not going to be able to quite make it into combat with anybody. Draws like one of these dragon pistols up. It is going to aim at Gale, and it's going to fire. 17 to hit you.
That hits.
Gonna
Wait, was
shield it.
is that a rolled 17 or what was the roll?
It's a roll 14.
Okay.
Got it.
Can I modify that? I didn't mean to wait until you like said what it was.
Oh no, you're fine.
Ooh, is that enough? 5. It would be -5.
It's almost definitely enough. He's got stupid high AC right now. 12 misses you. I'm pretty sure your AC is like naturally 16, right?
17.
Naturally 17? Yeah, yeah.
You've got higher AC than all the people wearing armor.
Well, he's got the bracers now.
Yeah,
So
those
he's got
bracers are awesome.
like good dex, mage armor, and those bracers. He's pretty much crit bait. That's part of the problem of getting high AC. So yeah, you just kind of have this like bullet just like fly by just enough where like the like call out from Jinx is enough to distract like the trigger pull of this rat. But as the bullet like flies by your face, you like feel the slightest kind of like push of the air by it. You can feel like the burning hot metal slide across your flesh, and Gale just kind of touches his cheek, and you can like feel like the slightest little bit of blood. You're not like bleeding, but the slightest bit of blood, as if you were just like scraped in that spot on your cheek, as this bullet just like flies right past you. That's gonna take us to Jink.
And that creature directly south of me is the one that just pulled up the pistol, right?
Yep.
So Jinx is gonna reach back and grab the rifle off his back and steady it, and he's gonna say, loud enough for the creature to hear it. Didn't they tell you don't bring a pistol to a dragon rifle fight? And I'm gonna try to shoot him with my inspiration. God damn it, I'm the worst shot ever. It's like a 9 plus a couple more.
How much is a couple more?
I don't know. What do I actually get for my pluses?
Oh yeah, you're not proficient right now, so just
I'm not
dexterity.
proficient. So it's only what, +3 then? So it's a 12.
And I think bards get half proficiency for tests that they're not proficient in. I think you would get half proficiency here. These things have 13 AC, so I think that's a hit.
Yeah, ricochet hit.
Holy shit, y'all, I hit something. So it's 9. Does it have a plus to damage or no?
Uh, I don't know what's its actual damage.
I don't know. I don't actually have like an item for it or anything, and it's not like in D&D Beyond. I know it was a D12 die, but I don't know like what else.
I don't know. I have for the pistol, it's a D10 plus 1. I have a card created for the rifle, but I never dropped a picture into it.
Okay, so it's a
Let's
D12 plus probably 1 or 2, something like that. So it's
What's your
probably
dex,
somewhere
I
around.
think.
Yeah, so it's probably like what, 11 or 12 damage?
What's your dex? Would you roll the 9, and then you've got 3 dex, so yeah, 12.
Yeah, yeah, plus 3 dex. And then I'll use my bonus action to start the reload.
Excellent. And then Terry. I think you guys should by now recognize that the Venom Thrall is mortally wounded. The Rat Lord is not yet bloodied. So Terry's like right between the two of them. He could go for the kill on the Venom Lord. He could go for the Rat Lord and like have Davros go for the kill on the Venom. Yeah, because Davros is still in combat. So you probably have those two choices here with Terry.
So Terry is gonna run straight past Davros and go for the strike and try to chin this thing.
Get a crit and tear its chin off.
It's a 7, so, like, 14 or something?
16 is their AC, so that'll miss. Second attack.
Alright, so that one will hit.
Yeah, yeah. Oh wait, he would have been flanking because Nefrendel's on the other side of it, so 14 should be the 16. Both of those should hit. Although I think 6 plus is
So it's 11 and 8, so a total of, like, 19
3
damage.
1s on 4 dice.
Yeah, and as
Uh,
he, like, goes to try to kill this thing, he, like, jumps up, like, to grab, like, the chin, and he's like, "That's why they call me Terry Chin!" And then he, like, fails to do it, so he's just, like, holding onto its chin.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you just like jump up into it and like try to grab onto the chin to like tear it off, and then just like hack into its skull with your sword when you can't tear it off. But yeah, that one is going to fall to the ground dead as well.
Oh, and that's it for Terry.
Seven is Nefrendel. Um, yeah, this one kind of comes out watching Terry like leap on top. It takes a shot. The shot's going to be at Nefrendel, but it's basically aiming for Terry here. So it's gonna be it should be a solid hit pretty much regardless. And I think you already did a modify. So it's gonna be for oh wait, she just needs a save. One of you please roll me a save. You need a 6 or oh wait, Nefrendel needs a not 1. And then it's gonna go to you, Gale. You rolled a 2? Oh wait, no, that was your other attack. Davros got a 16. All right, so Neffy's good. As the bullet just like smashes into her shoulder, she just like kind of like pops back as this giant venom thrall is falling dead from Terry attacking it, and the bullet sound rings out. This is a pretty big cavern, but it's definitely inciting some of the tinnitus from the last time Jinx was firing off his gun inside. What would you like to do here, Gale?
I'm just gonna move like that, and then I'm gonna cast Rhyme's Binding Ice on both of them to my right. That is a DC of 16 for Constitution.
Gotcha. So I know one of them's good. You said 16, the other one will fail.
Yeah, so one will take 10 cold damage, and the other one will take the full 20 and be frozen stuck.
Like frozen in place, like they're grappled in place.
Yeah, basically they have their movement reduced to 0. They can still like do
Gotcha.
everything else.
Unfortunately, the one that passed had already taken 12 damage, so they are both equally mortally wounded at this point, as you blast them with ice. And just to round off the turn perfectly before we call this mid-fight, because it's about to get a little bit deeper here as well, I have another person who's entering the fight. Neffy's going to huck one of her acid vials. It is going to fail to hit, and that is where we are going to pause things here until next week.
Oh,
We'll just
does
have Bill make
Oh, my
his
bad, Bill.
attacks
Yeah,
before.
yeah, my bad.
yeah, then Bill is
So
gonna,
again, both of these are mortally wounded. Bill could easily get a kill on each of these creatures.
yeah, he's gonna chance it. He's
Oh,
gonna take like one shot
you
at
want to
each.
go one at each?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Uh,
The first one, the one that's like the white rat, that one has taken a little bit more. If he moves the hunter mark to the other one, he has a better chance of getting a kill on each of them.
then he will do that. let's see. The first one then, the white one. Let's see. Oof, yeah, that's
Oh, I think that'll be like a 10 to hit, and that's not going to hit.
and that's a dirty 20.
A solid hit. And then you need to deal 10 damage with the Hunter's Mark.
And that's
Solid kill.
14.
So this one's just like frozen in place as Bill like turns around, like shooting an arrow behind him, not even like pivoting his like lower torso at all, and his lower body, and he just like puts an arrow right through this rat's throat, and it just like slumps over this ice that's freezing it in front of that door. That rat lord is gonna die. Well, now I don't think my surprise victim should be coming out because they no longer feel like they have a chance. But yeah, I do think this is a solid place to stop since we said we wanted to do a hard stop at 7 and it's a little bit past. And we'll kind of pick up here next week. Ambush. Did I do anything to you guys with that ambush? It feels like I did not.
Use up a little bit of the resources, I feel like.
Yeah. I think the needle, the actual needle grenade, it was 2d4. Feels like the only damage that I did.
Yeah, I think on Gale, that's like, yeah, only the temp HP got hit.
Well, yeah, we will pick up here next week and continue on. I hope you guys had fun there. Random inciting the giant riot by mentioning that there were giant trolls entering the city.
Yeah, speak of the devil.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right,
But
yeah,
Alright,
y'all
Dan.
be
I'll,
well.
yeah, I'll catch you guys next week.
Yep. Later, guys. Everybody have a good one. Enjoy your Saturday, and no game tomorrow. I'll see you next Sunday.
Yeah, that hopefully should not get any like extra work or anything next Sunday. So
Oh yeah. Well, it's been fun, gentlemen. Have a good night.
yeah, good night. See you in a week.